And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Saturday live stream. We have a bunch of different topics for you guys today. I have with me a number of folks who you might find familiar. We obviously have Blaine, we have Griffin, and we have Cameron joining us today, fresh off of the heels of CanJam London.
Yes.
as we call it CanJam. So
CanJam.
we'll be talking about that.
CanJam.
Yes. But first, a couple of orders of business here. Well, I guess really only one. As always, this live stream, this platform is all made possible by headphones.com. Big shout outs to headphones.com for making it all happen. And if you guys are interested in any of the rest of what we're doing, any of our written articles, there's one coming up from Griffin here shortly. That will be up on headphones.com. That's also a great place to find audio products that you may enjoy. Okay, that is that. There is also Headphone Show Bingo, which I believe listener has posted. I'm
got the link up.
Yep, so that is going to be pinned to the live chat. So follow along. And if anybody gets bingo, let us know.
The stream stops immediately.
and we and we're punished as a result.
Just do like a free
been,
listen more cable or something for the first person to get bingo.
Yes, exactly. Should do something like that. As usual, guys, you are the producers of this stream because we don't have anybody else monitoring levels. So let us know how the audio levels are. Last time you failed us. We relied on you and you failed us. The audio levels were not ideal. So
yeah,
it's your fault.
It is exactly. So hopefully someone says it's echoing. Are we echoing? Sounds fine.
Like still activating.
It could just be us talking over one another.
Yeah, we do that. Also, someone's asking why you're not using the SUSU anymore. Clearly the answer is because he spilled metal filings in it.
Yeah, exactly. It's now on among the list of damaged ones. No, I'm joking. The reason is actually because somebody in the chat before this went live said, here's a whole bunch of people talking about how Soundstage doesn't matter, wearing HD 800Ss and Susvaras. And I thought, you know what? No. So I'm wearing the Focalisaries.
I'm using IEMs, so Soundstage is non-existent.
I mean, I would put on a different headphone, but it's hot here. I don't have AC.
Yeah.
So so we have a number of topics for you guys. Yeah. We can launch into, but first of all, how is everybody doing? Cameron, we haven't spoken with you on the live stream in a couple of weekends, so why don't you lead us off?
I was at CanJam London last weekend, which was pretty good. And yeah, I've not been here because there's been some things happening which have taken up a bit of time. Other than that, I'm not doing too bad. How about you guys?
Other than lack of sleep, I'm doing okay. Yeah.
Staying alive.
Been
elbow deep in some of Sean Olive's work for the last week.
Yeah, you guys have been all three of you guys have been kind of banging your head against that wall.
Well, yeah, because we're trying to get, because Sean won't give us the underlying data from a statistical model that predicts listener preferences for around and on-ear headphones. And we kind of need it.
Disastrous.
Yeah.
That's that's going to be interesting once we get kind of a little bit further into that.
Aside from taking part in suffering with Blaine, I'm in the middle of a move actually. So like you guys don't see it, but like my entire apartment is a fucking mess right now.
Where are you moving?
So I'm actually moving like 500 feet that way. So just into a bigger unit where I'll
big leap.
Have an office space. Yeah, I mean literally a leap's worth of distance. But
stone's throw.
Hey, I'm gonna help someone get bingo here. What's the shortest move everyone here has done in terms of miles or kilometers, if you prefer? Mine was 10.
10.
Actually, no, mine was I think 5 kilometers.
Yeah, I mean this one's like 1/10 of a mile. So
yeah.
Mine was, I don't know how many kilometers or miles, but it would have been just across town when I lived in Victoria. So
I've done a fair few moves, but they've always been somewhat lengthy, so I don't think I've had any particularly short ones.
Gotcha.
I don't. Is that a bingo thing?
Yeah, not talking about audio.
Oh, but
No.
for like any great length, I mean, we're just starting, so we'll get to audio.
Also, the
So-
guy who heard an echo said, "I heard an echo because I opened it in 2 browsers."
See, that's the problem. And like this is kind of like the example of the problems of audio in general and the sort of human fallibility aspect to it, where it's like you don't know if that's occurring, when someone's giving impressions of things. They're just listening to music from 2 sources simultaneously. They're like, this is awful. User
Someone in
error
chat
is
says,
a
"Why
thing.
don't we have someone producing? Do you want to do it for free? If not, we don't have the budget."
There you go. Well, I mean, we do have the budget, but one of us would be gone essentially, which might actually be how we should do it.
Yeah, but which one of us would it be?
Exactly. And we have to whoever's doing it has to have good internet. That's the other side of it,
Also,
which isn't always the case.
I will be getting a new internet service
Oh,
provider
that's-
at the new
please.
place.
Yes.
So hype for that. Yeah.
Excellent.
I would very much like better internet, but there is literally zero option at the moment.
Yeah,
I
your
can pay
upload is particularly bad.
Yeah. Oh, I can pay £200 a month for the faster Starlink tier, and then it's better. But
Yeah.
don't really fancy doing that. So
Wait, are you on Starlink?
because my office is in the middle of nowhere, and the fastest internet I was able to get via normal landline options was a claimed 2 megabits down and 1 up, which realistically means it's going to be dial-up speeds.
Whoa.
Starlink is I get 200 down and about 20-ish up, which isn't terrible, but
It's
upload
about what
could
mine
definitely be
is
better.
on a bad day with my current ISP, which is
The premise of
Not
there
good,
being such
but-
bad internet in a country as heavily, as densely populated as the UK is very odd to me.
Generally, it's not that bad. It's just, as I said, I'm literally in the middle of nowhere. My office is really rural. There's just nothing but horses and cows for
Oh, that
several
sounds
miles.
nice.
So
I like,
Yeah,
I
that sounds
like
awesome.
So you're broadcasting live from Clarkson's farm.
Yes,
yes, basically.
the dream. Okay, let's move into the topics of the week here, if we can. So, topic number 1, CanJam. CanJam is CanJam London. The subheading for this is Cameron gives his rundown of the highs and lows of Cameron Jam 2024 London Spice Girls
Cameron
remix.
Jam.
I have no idea why Spice Girls remix is in the title of this.
Not sure where the
Yeah.
Spice Girls came into it.
Does Cameron
Britain's
even
most
remember
beloved
the Spice
musical
Girls?
act. What are you talking about?
I feel like Cameron's
don't
too
know.
young for the Spice Girls.
I
Oh,
don't know much about the
literally
Spice
might
Girls
be.
other than the fact that one of them got linked with Formula One drama because one of the team principals
yes.
of Red Bull is
Yeah.
married to a Spice Girl and maybe cheated on her, and everyone's like, "What?" So
Oh, wow.
anyway,
I have an old person
The-
moment. For a while, I thought that Ice Spice was like a reincarnation of the Spice Girls.
That's
I
funny.
don't actually know who that is.
Of course,
It's
you-
apparently a popular musician.
Okay,
yes.
this is an old off.
Go on, Cameron.
I'll say. So I mean, there wasn't too much new stuff at CanJam this year. It was mostly just a CanJam, but not many things in the way of major releases. There were a couple things though. The new Noble Focus Apollo, the over-ear wireless headphones, those were surprisingly good. I thought build is super nice. They're really comfortable. They look kind of premium as well. They sound quite different when you run them wireless versus wired, and I don't just mean in terms of compression
do.
or whatever, because they have LDAC and aptX HD. Which the Petite still does not, which I'm annoyed about. But the tuning itself is quite different when you run it wired, and I liked it a lot when it was wired, and it was good when it was wireless. So I'm hoping that might be something that they can change in a software update or something, given as it clearly can sound like that. But yeah, that was a bit of a highlight, and a few other people seem to.
I
quite
have
into
a
that as well.
question
Coming
about
soon
that
to
one.
a headphones.com near you, audience.
Indeed, yes. Well, I ideally, I don't know the specifics of that, but that's
We
the
met
intention.
him.
Yes, I know. I'm saying that's the intention. I don't know when.
Oh, fair enough.
The question that I have for you on that, Cameron, is how did you find the comfort with the ear pads? Like, were the ear pads large enough for your ears?
Yeah, seem to be.
Okay.
I don't have like particularly large ears. The main issue I usually have with headphones is either just not being able to physically adjust it big enough because I've got an enormous head, which they were fine for, or clamp again because of massive head, and again they were fine there. So no, comfort was really good. Because actually, again, on the Batiste, that's one issue I have is that it really could just do with one extra notch. So no, comfort was pretty good.
Yeah, so I don't know so we have also heard it, but we didn't hear that one, so that's why I was curious. Anything else?
There was one, so there really wasn't too much new stuff. There was a couple interesting experiences though. One was Jiang from Nightjar had the Symphonium or Subtonic Storm, running on the benchmark AHB2 speaker amplifier, which was just dumb and ridiculous, but it's a really good sounding amp. So that was actually really quite good. And then also Asim from Hyphonics brought the Belva from Viva Audio, which is it's a 2-unit tube amplifier, each of which weighs about 80 to 90 kilograms. It's enormous. And it's when you're playing like Sesvara or Amanus or something on it, you can literally put your hand on it and feel the transformers that are shaking along with the bass. It's ridiculous. And I think it costs about $100,000, but it did sound really good. And it was
for
fun to be able
$100,000,
to
I
try
would
that
hope the
kind of stuff.
transformers are not shaking.
I don't know. All I
It's a
can say
feature.
is that it did sound really, really bloody good. But yeah, that was quite a bit. Other than that, though, I said there really wasn't too much new stuff, unfortunately.
I think
great to see everyone again.
what folks might say what folks might be wondering is if you got a chance to go to the DCS booth.
I did speak with
come
DCS.
on.
I visited them in person at their factory on Thursday, and that went really well. And I had spoken to them at CanJam before the show and checked up on them again during the show. I don't want to say too much at the moment. I'll leave it up to DCS how much they want to say, but I believe there is going to be another statement coming out about some of what went on behind the scenes there. Now that they've got all the evidence that they need, so
Is it because you killed this
keep
dog?
an eye out for that. No, yeah. Oh god, that was so sad. No, whilst I was at the factory, David's dog sadly died, which was
Oh my god.
pretty depressing. Yeah, and I feel really sorry for him for that because losing a dog is terrible.
Yeah, he's had a
other
really
than that-
bad 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think he has. But I think things are moving in a better direction now. Their factory was really cool, actually, and there's a lot of stuff where sort of you go around seeing it and thinking, why don't you talk about this in your marketing? Because this is genuinely really cool, and other companies don't do this. Like their QC and sort of testing before they actually ship a product out the door is so much more comprehensive than I have seen any other manufacturer do. So that'll be included in the video. It takes about 7 days of various different tests before something actually leaves the factory. Yeah, but no, I think CanJam was all right. They, I put out a couple of statements saying, don't give the people in the DCS room a hard time because they didn't have anything to do with the decisions being made. And as you'll see from the statement that'll be out in hopefully this week, I imagine, there's more to the story. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
VSG in chat is talking about the Caldas Onyx. Did you get a chance to hear that?
No, I did not try that.
When you tried
Skedrus headphones.
Oh yeah.
I actually do want to know what you thought about that.
They're not my tuning,
if you will.
They're absurd.
They are crazy. I mean, they're meant to be crazy. It's a dual dynamic driver system with this sort of integrating waveguide thing. They look like a Death Star, and he's put a lot of work into them and gone through God knows how many revisions and stuff.
He keeps me updated with the result, with what his results are every time he makes a revision, and so I've seen the trajectory of this headphone, and
it's getting better.
It's getting better.
He's making good choices and stuff, and it's been kind of cool to see that. The thing is, it's a very bassy headphone. It is intended to be
like Campfire Cascade kind of bassy or more.
don't
like
know how much
Eris,
that had.
like Eris, but with the shelf starting lower in frequency.
Yeah.
So it is
Don't
better.
actually know what the Eris is.
Oh, I think the Eris has the bass shelf starting at like
Museus
600 hertz or
collab
something.
with Harmonic Dyne.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh, wow,
I do
that's
have
like-
that's gonna be a
Eris
trash
here as
fire.
well.
but it's I mean, I actually heard the
Yes.
Eris.
I mean, I love Zeos as a person, but his collabs have historically been pretty oof for FR.
With the
Only the
SDST
ones where
Ultra
it
was
seems like
alright.
he's really hands on with the tuning. I feel like the ones like the IEMs where it's just like him adding a bass shelf is like,
Yeah.
yeah, do it. Like that's great. That's exactly.
Although, was he
what's
misblamed
cool.
for the HD8XX? I heard like scuttlebutt that wasn't actually because of him and was because of someone else.
It was because of SBAF, I thought.
That was what I had heard as the revised version.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the story I had heard was that Zeos had tuned it with pads that were not like actually on the retail unit. Like he ended up like okaying a tuning after he had put Daconis on it or something like that. That's what I heard. It sounds unlikely to me.
I
don't think
don't
Yeah.
know about the pad thing. I know that originally he wanted to have the drivers backwards, and they wouldn't let him do that.
Wait.
On
What?
As in,
which?
like, angled that way rather than that way.
Oh,
I
Like, he
mean,
tuned
bass.
it with the headphone the other way around and channel swapped, and then they were like,
that is
no.
truly Sigma, but I'm kind of glad that they didn't.
So your thoughts on Skedra's headphone? I forget what he called it.
I don't actually know if he's got a final name for them yet or not.
He mentioned it to me, but
Then we
or what
call
he
them
was
the
calling.
Sked phone.
Yeah, no, it was called.
tell me
I mean,
now.
his whole thing is like the sort of Viking
Yeah, he's got like Nordic
theme, Nordic
Viking
themes. Yeah,
mythology names.
yeah.
He did tell me
I
the
want to
name,
hear
but
it.
I can't
I'm
remember what it was.
curious. You know?
It's like there's a. It knows what it is. It's got a target audience that are really going to like it because there's a lot of bassy headphones that are
absurd
very
and unhinged
bassy
people.
and use that as an excuse to just be trash in other areas. Whereas he's got a really bassy headphone that is not trash in the other areas.
The ear game
There's two-
looks reasonable from what I've seen.
Yes. And there's two versions of it, one of which the sort of 3-ish K area is too much for me, but
Too
then he's
much.
got a second version of it which was not. And that one, it's like, yeah, I don't like tunings this bassy, but there definitely are people that do want that. And for what it offers, that's one of the best options that I've heard that gives you that. Because I said most other headphones that aren't that bassy use it as an excuse to just not even bother looking at the rest of the response or trying to be okay there.
AKA the Campfire Cascade.
Yes.
Right.
The
And then
thing
if
that
you
kinda-
want even more bass, he has an adapter, like a passive resistor thing, which gives it an extra like 8 dB or something. So
the thing that I am worried about with it is the multi-driver aspect of it. Just because that, as we know, is a thing that typically doesn't work out. So I'm curious to try.
yeah,
basically.
I would say that it doesn't cause any sort of major issues that I might have expected. There is quite a bit of positional variation, which I think
that's
is
what I mean.
It's hard to tell how much of that is down to the dual driver thing and how much is down to the way that he's done the sort of baffle and waveguides, because they are done in a way where it's like if it's just misaligned a little bit, you're going to get a very different response.
Yeah.
But if you situate them sort of on your head and get them just right, then yeah, there's no sort of major issues or like weird cancellation things that you would potentially expect to be going on.
And to be clear, this is not. I mean, I know weirdly a lot about this project, but and without having heard it. But to be clear, this isn't like multi-driver in the sense of like, you know, one main driver and then like a tweeter. This is like two large,
just
yeah,
full range,
full range drivers. Like
two
I think
big
the
dynamic
50 watt
drivers
is-
sort of
yeah.
angled like that.
Yeah,
combining together. It's a crazy project, and he's done really well, if I'm honest. Yeah, I think that it's not going to be the kind of headphone which is sort of a like for the general audience, but for the kind of people that want that, I think it's going to hold a bit of a special place, to be honest.
good.
And they just look like a Death Star. So
Yes.
So Defeat Pete's asking if there's a CanJam video in the plans. I would like there to be. I tried to film as much as I could. The problem was that every 10 steps, someone came up to say hi and ask about the DCS thing. So that hindered the ability to listen to things and film things. So I need to kind of go through the footage and see whether I've got enough to make a video out of it. But
could do a supercut of that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say a montage of just only the DCS questions.
Just all of that, all of the handshaking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Cameron, did you happen to hear the Murph one?
The what?
Oh, yes, I did. That was that's the Capra audio one, right?
No, so the Murph one is, there's if you go into the live stream.
Oh no, sorry. No,
assets
it's
channel.
Homero's one. That looks sort of like Grado's in a way, but nicer.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. They were surprisingly good. I was really quite into those, actually.
Oh.
On the topic of this stream, they staged kind of wildly. There are some sort of timbral things which are a little quirky, and I didn't listen to them for too long, but overall my initial impressions were pretty positive.
Yeah, they were one of the things that I saw people talking about that I had never heard of at CanJam. And like, as far as new things, because as you said, there weren't that many of them. That's definitely one of the ones that like jumped out to me. The design language was also pretty cool.
They look stunning. They are, you can't really tell that they're 3D printed until you look at them really up close. It looks like if someone sort of in the 2100s thought like, oh, I'll try and make something which looks a little bit like a Grado but with nicer materials.
By 2100s you mean
design.
like in the future?
Yes.
Cool.
It's like a futuristic Grado.
Yeah,
it looks really nice, and they're really comfy as well. Physically he's done a great job. Tuning wise, he's done a really nice job. Homero's just also a great guy as well.
Yeah, I really like. There's one part of this that I really like, which is if you go to the website and you scroll down, like past all the specifications and the included accessories, he has a frequency response measurement there, and he actually says what rig he's using.
Hey, that's good.
Which is like,
what is he using actually?
It is a raw measurement using an IEC 711 coupler and a KB0065 clone. And now, if you
dip around 1K, kind of worries me.
Yeah, it looks fairly similar to some other things that have come out recently. I will say the steepness of that rise is definitely a concern. But I do like that the main peak of the ear gain is like right before 3000 hertz. So I'll have to hear it, but looks pretty cool.
Are the OAE one going to be a part of this discussion? Those weren't at CanJam London, but I'm sure we will be talking about those in the Soundstage topic.
Yes. We will be talking about those in the Soundstage topic for sure. Yeah, and then is there anything else at the show worth talking about? Oh, did you hear the 7th Acoustics prototype, the IEM?
Yes, very shortly. So I really can't give detailed impressions about them, but they were, I would be close to say, exceptional.
Okay.
I really was into those a lot. I unfortunately can't remember too much about the specifics of them. So I'm not going to say too much more. Hopefully I might be able to go see Ahmed and get some sort of better, lengthier listening time. But initial impressions were really positive on those.
VSG says OAE1 was at CanJam London.
Pardon me?
Who had it?
VSG calls out lying YouTuber GoldenSound.
Oh, I'm going to get sued.
That's okay, though. That's okay. We got your back.
VSG, I did miss a lot. As said, unfortunately, I literally struggled to walk from one side of the room to the other. So it was a bit of a disruptive.
I struggle with that every day.
Yeah, but the measurements of the 7th Acoustics prototype, called Asteria, if anyone's wondering, up to its release have been very good. So very much DFE in the mid-range, little bit of a big boy bass shelf, and then a treble extension for everyone who wants that. So I think a lot of people are going to like it. The price does seem pretty high, but 7th Acoustics is generally well regarded, so I think it'll do well. And on that note, like, I don't really see any other things worth talking about from CanJam London. Oh, did you hear the Bokeh Open from ZMF?
I didn't hear it there because I didn't realize that it was a new tuning. I have heard the Bokeh Open a couple times before, but I saw it but didn't think to check it because I didn't realize that this was a new one since Munich.
Was it?
Multiple people are asking about the Ouroboros.
The Capra audio. I'm gonna wait to speak on that because I'll have a full video coming.
This is Cap. We should put
And I
Capra
wanna spend a bit
mentioned
more time with it.
on our bingo card. Capra strap.
Everybody use the Capra strap. I have one on my HD 800 right now. It's a prototype, but it
There's
works amazing.
no scenario where it would fit me. It's for small heads.
Actually, small heads are the problem with
Oh,
this
really?
one, at least. Yeah, like with this design, he was a little bit worried about the fit for small heads, and he sent it to me so I could put it on my partner and see if it would fit her because she is a smaller head.
I just for this is yours from the 6XX, and there's no scenario where that would.
Yeah, for 6XX, I understand because I had to use more clicks to, so you would have to use even more. But yeah, I'm excited to see your video on that, and for you to get one in. Because
does anyone know is the Capra thing still planned to be available as a DIY kit? Because that was one of the things which I was really interested in initially.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as I'm aware, they're all meant to be available as like a kit,
nice.
where you could download the files and then buy parts.
I should do that. I'd give it.
You
a try.
absolutely should do that.
Yeah.
So the other one that they have. What's up?
What are the drivers?
So for the Ouroboros, it's this. It's like a coaxial. Like I think it's 50 mil. Correct me in chat if you want to, Capra. It's like a coaxial dynamic driver. But what they do is they use the inner part of it as a passive radiator, and they disconnect it.
Weird.
So they're just using it as a ring radiator, basically.
But yeah, it's a closed back with I'm just gonna say like good mids, like actually good mids, and slightly relaxed in the treble per the last version I heard. I don't know if they're doing anything else before sending it out to people, but yeah.
Cool. I'd be game to try. Print it. I can, if the files are available, I can print it.
Yeah. So they have another one called the Satyr. Well, they have the Satyr 1, which was their first headphone, which used a Peerless 40mm driver, and then the Satyr 2, which now uses the Peerless 50mm driver, but it's in a HD 600 shape chassis that is printed with their kind of proprietary self-made headband that's fully 3D printable but still very comfortable. And the sound of that one, either with because they use either the ZMF HD 600 pads or like the Sennheiser HD 600 pads, going between either of those gives you a different presentation for either. And I think between those two presentations and at the price you'll be able to make it if you have a 3D printer, it's actually a really compelling option.
I'm saying the tuning on the Ouroboros unit you tried is the final tuning.
Oh, okay. Well, then it is a closed back with good mids, pretty like down tilted response. So a little bit dark in the mid treble, but not in a way that is like annoying or anything like that.
You're a little bit dark in the mid treble.
God, I wish I was a little bit dark in the mid treble.
Symphonium X Elise Europa. I know nothing about this.
So I left a measurement in live stream assets. If you want to look at that.
Is that it?
Yes.
Hey, that looks all right.
Yeah. So I mean, it does look like what they did was just kind of remove the peak that everyone was upset about, which I mean seems like a win to me. Like I can't really see
the crimson. It's the crimson with
product.
It's the crimson for listener.
I mean, there were a lot of people who complained about that peak.
I did as well.
I know you did. So yeah, I mean, this looks like an absolute win to me.
New meta.
Oh,
this is new meta.
This one I think I have tried. I tried.
Yeah, it was at CanJam.
Some. I didn't try it at
CanJam.
I tried it at Ahmed's a week or two ago. I tried some final version collab thing between him and Symphony, which I'm guessing is this.
Yeah, it's got to be that.
Other ones in the works. And yeah, because I really like the Crimson quite a lot. It did seem like it had a little bit of some kind of sort of sharpness going on somewhere in the treble, which I guess is that peak. Whereas this did not, but kept most of the other stuff I really liked about the Crimson. So yeah, this was really good. The bass is sort of quite heavy, which for some people may be edging on a little bit too much, but it's not like overdone or crazy.
Yeah. At what point do you think people will become tired of the infinity of collabs?
Oh, they already have.
Okay.
But this isn't a reviewer.
No, but I mean, just in general, it's like it's getting to the point where I feel like every time I read about a new product, it's a collaboration.
I just don't really view collabs as being any different from other products. New products come out. If someone that I think would have good input on it is involved, it would make me slightly more interested. I think the days of, kind of going from their mostly existing trash tier IEMs to suddenly Kryn is involved and it gets a hell of a lot better are probably kind of gone now, because people have a better understanding generally of how to make something sound good. Yeah, like I don't think being a collab is really as much of a selling point anymore as it used to be, which is probably a good thing. But
so I actually kind of disagree. And for all the people for whom collab fatigue is like a thing, I totally get it, because everyone and their mother has one, and they just seem to be coming out constantly. But when I hear that, like, someone I know, like Kryn or Timmy or just anyone who is actually listening to what the community is saying they want, when I hear they are partnering up to make a product, that generally gets me more excited, because most of the brands coming out with things are not paying attention on that level, and thus are kind of putting out a lot of the same stuff we've already been getting.
I definitely agree that, like, yeah, potentially. I was gonna say, I definitely agree that when someone's got a collab and it's someone that you think they've got a good understanding of what the community wants, or just the science behind stuff, generally speaking, it definitely is something which puts a little more confidence in a product. It's not really something nowadays which I would go like, oh, I've got to try that anymore. Unless
to be fair, I feel that thing about very few things.
Then you should definitely go try that.
But Europa is actually one that I do feel that way about, because I did quite like Crimson, except for that treble peak.
No, Europa's good. If the thing I heard is Europa, it is solid. He's done a really nice job. I'm assuming that's what it was. But, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to move us to topic number 2, which is recent impressions. This is just continuing from the CanJam impressions. Other things that we've heard. We'll get to the Soundstage topic here shortly, but just we want to get through some stuff that we've heard recently and give some impressions on it. Griffin, you have a bunch.
Yeah, I have a bunch of new stuff that I've gotten in recently, both for writing future reviews and for the review I'm working on right now. So the first one, and kind of the most interesting one, is the Sony MDR MV1, which, so I don't like the stock tuning of it. I'm just going to be,
of course,
too much bass for me. Mids are a little bit too scooped, and there's a pretty huge treble spike somewhere in like the lower mid treble,
6K ish,
8K, something like that for me. Yeah. But it is probably the lightest headphone I've ever used. That wasn't like a Koss KSC 75 on a headband or something like that. Like, it's like 220 grams or something like that. But it somehow doesn't feel like insubstantial or like flimsy. It's still like a well put together headphone. It feels light, like it feels like, the plastic that it's made of. But
it's not made of plastic. That's metal.
There's got to be plastic somewhere.
That is aluminum.
That's all aluminum?
The cup is aluminum.
Oh, the cup, like the textured surface?
The back of the cup, the with the grill.
Yeah, like where the Sony logo is.
That's all. No, the little slats as well are aluminum.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, the whole rear surface of the ear cup is, yes.
Aluminium for our British viewers.
Yes.
Yes, but I actually really like the ergonomics profile overall. The headband has enough padding. Obviously, it's so light that you wouldn't need that much. But the headband extension is fair. Like, it's not like other headphones I have in that are much worse for that. So it has enough length. It clicks decisively. Love that. The ear pads are like really, really, really soft, like loosely wrapped suede over
Extremely
like a
compliant.
soft memory foam. And there's like extra room like between the foam and the wrapping. So like it can wrinkle a little bit, but it just makes the whole thing feel like really soft on your head, which is really cool. My ear does touch a little bit of the baffle when I wear it. So it's not perfect for me, but it's kind of like HD 490 Pro in that I just wish more headphones would take that kind of design approach where comfort is clearly something they're indexing for very heavily. In terms of sound, like the frequency response has quirks, like I said. It's a very open headphone, which is nice. And actually, when you take the pad off, you can see quite clearly like how permeable it is if you hold it up to a light. It's very easy to see like what is baffle and what is just like wide open. Interestingly, I did find that the response variability between heads was on the very low side for this price range. So this exact unit has been measured now on Resolve's 5128, his Gross 43AG, and now my Gross 43AG clone with the older pinna. And the results after DDF compensation, for the nerds who know, are very similar. So I have a lot of interest in this headphone for things that don't really have to do with its sound quality. It's mostly like its comfort and its response after EQ that I think are really cool. So if people want something that's comfortable and really easy to EQ using measurements on a variety of heads, I would recommend them, actually. They're I think $400 or something like that.
Something like that for folks unaware. This is to say that like the predicted, so the response that you see on the graph would be highly predictive for this type of headphone for how it would actually sound on the head, meaning that it's easier to EQ this kind of thing because you can be a little bit more sure of the result at your eardrum.
Yes. Especially in the areas that are usually very high uncertainty, like the treble. I don't usually have good results with this. I had very good results just using like wide bandwidth or wide Q filters in the treble to just kind of nudge it in the right direction. So recommend it for those of you who want an EQ headphone that isn't quite as expensive as HD 800 and maybe something in a form factor more familiar to people, because it like if you squint, it kind of looks like the HD 600 chassis a little bit, but I would say it is a more comfortable lightweight chassis than that even. So
I mean, it just looks like a scaled up version of the V6.
Yeah, I mean, it does use like a similar headband just with better padding.
So I would say, and maybe let me know if you agree with this, but it extremely good for the things that people should evaluate headphones on, but don't. And
well,
not
for the things that are relevant to someone like us, where we're EQing any headphone anyway, because that is the way to maximize sound quality is personalization. For us or anyone like us, it's a great option for that. For someone who just wants to buy a headphone that sounds good out of the box, I'm not sure I would recommend it. I would actually probably recommend the HD 490 Pro over it for that, but then I would recommend HD 650 over either of those. So,
yep. Moondrop Cosmo.
Yeah, so Moondrop Cosmo is an interesting one. So it's Moondrop's newest planar. It's around $899. Chassis-wise, it's very similar to the Para and the Venus. So it is still that all-metal, heavy construction with leather ear pads. I really don't like the headband on it. It only has like 3 or 4 click adjustments, so it's very limited in terms of the range of head sizes it can go on. And I put it on a few people's heads at a meet recently, and literally all of them could only use like the minimum adjustment setting. So it's either only made for massive heads, or they just didn't put much consideration into that at all. Sonically, it's kind of interesting. It kind of reminds me of a cheaper sounding version of like the Headphone V2.
Interesting.
So it's like, obviously it's a planar with a seal, so it's flat bass up until like 1K, ear gain rise, which is like actually fairly normal, but it's a little early, so there's a little bit of 1K, 2K emphasis, and then it dips right at 2K and then comes back up at 3K, and then it's just kind of dark in the treble.
I noticed that as well when I heard it at Munich High End.
Yeah, which I wasn't expecting, but was a welcome thing for me, because planars are generally not great in the treble because they're too bright. Now it was a little bit too dark, kind of in the lower like 4 to 8K octave. I would have liked a little bit more energy there, because like the Headphone V2, it's pretty soft sounding, and kind of the tactility and immediacy of attack isn't there. And also like the Headphone V2, it's kind of basslit. Like I feel like because of the 1K emphasis and the flat bass, it does sound fairly thin and insubstantial and kind of lacking in note weight and decay. So it's a pretty thin sounding headphone, but not because of treble, more so just because it lacks bass. Yeah, I am not sure I would recommend it at the price yet. I need to spend more time with it. I think because I really don't like the ergonomics, it's probably going to end up being a no. But I was pleasantly surprised with the sound. I still wouldn't say it sounds very good, but it was a surprise nevertheless.
Okay. We have also here Edition XS. Do we need to talk about this one?
I mean, I've never had it at home for impressions.
Oh.
I've only ever heard that one at a show.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah, so this was my first time at home with it.
There's no scenario where you're gonna like this one.
Well, so the treble is really bad for me personally. But I think at the prices they go at now, it's really hard to like quash that value. Like getting just that level of
US dollars at major retailers, including us.
So for kind of the things I was talking about with the MV1, like the same caveats in terms of stock tonality apply, where there's too much treble, but the bass extension you get and the coupling integrity you get and the minimal variability between heads is a pretty good thing. So if you are looking to EQ, or you care more about that stuff than maybe stock tonality for some reason or another, or you're just not like me and much more resistant to treble peaks like Blaine, where you can where that just sounds more normal to you, I would absolutely recommend it for that kind of person. If you're like me, it's a safe avoid.
But you hate the headband too.
I really wish they used it.
Oh my god, that headband is so bad. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, if you get that headphone and you don't get a Capra strap for it, you are doing yourself a massive disservice.
I like using this headband. It's very comfortable.
It's using that headband. Yes.
I find it really comfortable.
Yeah.
This is the Shang Mini, that's using the same headband, but it just feels shit.
It feels cheap. Yeah, that's my.
It feels really cheap and plasticky and flimsy.
I don't find it that comfortable.
I don't find it comfortable.
No,
I think realistically, the comfort's going to depend entirely on the size and shape of your head.
Big heads,
it happens to work well. Yeah.
That
makes
on
my
sense.
head, it's really comfy.
Because the problem for me is that it's a hot spot right in the center of my head.
Yeah,
and your heads are going to stretch that out more, so you get more side.
Round head gang. It's just
we should all do like a stream where we have shaved heads someday, so that people can like assess our head shape phrenologically.
Yeah, I'll have to work on that.
I mean, you have an advantage.
Which is what?
Advantage.
Well, you're already there. You wouldn't have to do any work.
I mean, that was literally the joke. Thank you for explaining.
Yes. Well, then why did you say?
Cameron, what are your thoughts? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't. By all means, finish, Griffin.
I know. I was going to just close out the excess and be like, if you're treble resistant or you need something for EQ, not sure there's an option at a better price. So just get it and get a Capra strap. Otherwise, there are better headphones out there.
Cameron, thoughts on the Shang Mini?
So the main problem with it is I don't think this sounds the same as the one we heard at Munich. I think that
Aw.
this one is more bass-like. It rolls off quite a bit, and sort of as we talked a little bit about, just you and me, there seems to be some kind of leak between the pads and the baffle, because if you seal the pads against the rig or your head, that doesn't fix the issue. If you press really quite firmly to force a better seal between the pads and the baffle, that sub-bass roll-off goes away. So
I at some point I would love to. So when you take the pads off, is there a gap? Maybe I asked you this before. Is there a gap between the baffle and the side of the cup?
not a major one. I did send you a photo, which I'll have
Oh
to
yeah,
dig
yeah,
up.
okay. So
I don't really want to take the pads off this one again because the pad mechanism is horrible.
It is
and
annoying,
I don't
yes.
like it.
How do you
So it
feel
could
about
genuinely
blue
just
tack?
be fun tack. It could genuinely just be a gap between the pad and the baffle with the
Yeah.
mounting mechanism that they use, which is a shame.
Other tags are available.
Once you either press them in against your head enough to fix that, or just EQ them, they're really good. I like them a lot. I feel that, barring the sub bass, I substantially prefer these over the HE1000 line entirely, including the arias. But as it stands at the moment, that sub bass roll off is pretty significant, and I don't think from memory that was there on the unit that we heard at Munich.
You know, the unit at Munich that we heard, I would agree. The bass was quite good, surprisingly good. It's I think we both commented oh, it's an E-stat with bass.
Yeah, exactly.
I was less a fan of the treble presentation. I found there to be kind of this hardness around
So that's the other thing.
You know,
I think the treble on this is better than the one.
It's
that
better,
we heard
yeah. And the measurements
Yeah.
confirm that too, actually. So I'd be very curious to get one in and try as well.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else on Shang Mini? How's the detail?
Not too much yet. We will. It's super detailed, super technical, much more so I think than the HE1000 line. There's a lot of things I like. I need to listen more actually, but
Okay.
I'll refrain from commenting on that for the moment.
Okay. And for me, I was only going to give a bit more commentary on the Focal Azuris because I've been listening to it more lately.
Is that
so
the open or closed one?
This is a closed back. So I've been listening to it a lot
Okay.
more recently because I run my air conditioner basically all the time in the summer. And so the thing is, ordinarily I would be using IEMs, but IEMs are lo-fi. Generally, there are ones that I like. There are ones that are better and more competitive than headphones at the asking price. Certainly closed back. So this is no shade to the good choice of buying IEMs because that's what I would do as well at the Hexa and stuff like that, right?
Here's the question:
But
are there IEMs that are both good sounding and ergonomic?
So that's my struggle, right? That's exactly my struggle because the ones that I like for sound quality, like the Megafest and the Dusk default DSP and stuff like that, right? And there's others too, right? I do struggle with the ergonomics over a long period of time, and that's why I've been going with these. Now the impressions that I wanted to give here are with EQ. So my non-EQ impressions are already in that video that I did on them. And I would just say it's a decent, competent closeback with a slight timbre shift to the ear gain, making it sound not quite as natural, maybe a little bit congested in the lower treble region. But apart from that, it's a very competent closeback, good bass, good mids generally. But when I was doing my EQ, this is what I kind of found interesting. So the reason why I'm using this headphone a lot right now is I find it very, very comfortable. I found it ergonomically exceptional, apart from the cups being a little bit too small for the ear opening, but it's mostly fine. But what I found when I was doing my EQ for it, which was mainly to shift that ear gain, the ear gain rise to be lower in frequency instead of 3.5 kilohertz, I wanted it to be at 2.8. It had this effect of kind of pulling the entire mid-range forward in a way that doesn't sound neutral to me as I have it with my EQ right now, but in a way that I subjectively really enjoy. it's kind of weird in that sense. Like, I was doing this kind of partially as like an experiment to kind of be like, for my ear canal with this headphone, is the ear gain rise closer to 2.8 kilohertz? I don't know that it is, at least with this headphone and the way that this one behaves on my head. But I kind of liked it. Like, it was clearly forward, and I enjoy that about it. And the other thing that I noticed is the treble in the upper treble is actually quite subdued, more so than I feel some of the measurements indicate. I'm not sure which rig in particular, but so in this scenario, when comparing it with the high res Harman, right? So DFH RTF and the Gross with the Harman filters, the treble, the upper treble, that region that you hate, Griffin, is actually lower on this.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of bummed that I haven't been sent one
yet. No, you could try it. I know you won't like it because of that timbral shift thing, right?
No, the ear gain.
Yeah. But the upper treble might be closer to your taste than many other headphones, for that reason. So I actually end up boosting 10K and above. Like, I actually just add a shelf, and like the fine grain stuff's pretty good there. So I just add a shelf and increase that by a substantial amount, actually. Like, I got it.
Absolutely disgusting.
I know. Actually, so it's not. So the way I did it, it wasn't actually with the shelf. It was with I misspoke. It was with a medium Q filter at 14 kilohertz with plus 4.5, but functionally that's the same, basically.
The Griffin Slayer.
Yeah, exactly. You can call me Saint George. Oh wait, no, that's a dragon. I don't know. Saint George or King George? I can't remember. King George. Saint George.
King George did not slay any dragons.
Well, I mean, metaphorically, maybe he did. All right, that's a tangent.
I didn't expect this to become monarchist.
Yes. Yes. Anyways, it's a bizarre reference, but anyway, so the way I have this kind of set up now is to kind of just shift the ear gain a bit. I then, boost the upper treble region to slay the Griffin, and then I also boost the bass to accommodate for the seal imperfections on the glasses. It's not that, it's actually kind of reasonable for that. I just wanted more because
those pads look really compliant.
They are extremely compliant.
Yeah, and I was actually going to ask you what the comfort of the pads is like, because they look like a material that Focal hasn't really used before.
Yeah, I find it comfortable. Again, it's very compliant. It's not a material that I would say is visually pleasing. I think that they would the Batiste pads look and feel nicer to the touch, but I think these ones are better acoustically for this platform.
And what about like heat? Do you notice them to be like meaningfully less heat trappy?
Yes, significantly less heat trappy than the Batiste.
Cool.
Yes. So if anybody's wondering, like, for sound quality,
like using it with an AC going, if the point is that you want to be comfortable,
yes,
in terms of temperature, something like that does seem like a really good option as like a summer closed back if you need it and don't like IEMs or something like that.
Yep. No, I mean, when I first reviewed this headphone, I preferred the open back, and I just thought this one had too much of that sort of congesty quality.
Sure.
And now I find myself preferring this one immensely because
I could have called that. I'm pretty sure I did call it actually when you were first messaging me about it. I was like, oh yeah, the open back looks cool. I'm way more interested in the closed back.
Yep, because of what it enables, functionally and ergonomically, because it is so comfortable for me.
Yeah, and the bass to low mid transition is like not perfect, but so much better than most closed back headphones.
You know what though? I don't know if you'll like that, because
I mean, I probably won't, but it's still more reasonable.
So the thing is that I mean, it's reasonable, but the in situ performance is variable for that region, I find, and it's sensitive.
For the like 120 to 200 hertz.
Yep. And I'm saying this with like blocked canal data, right? Because I did that too.
Of course.
And I found that it didn't. I mean, barring some of the issues with the Ceramonic that I was using, which we know about, but and I know, yes, I now have this one. I just have to set that up. So anyway, The one thing I wanted to mention is that I was able to EQ in dynamics. And you know what it is? It's exactly what you said, Griffin. It's I basically just I went from a shelf to a slope in situ, right? From going from shelf to slope in situ gave it that much harder hitting attack,
Mhm.
and also increasing the bass level to kind of rise as it goes into the sub bass, made it significantly punchier.
So this controverts Dan Clark's case study.
Oh yeah, I mean,
where
I'd never.
he said to just add kind of like a Q or a peak filter right around like 125 hertz,
Yeah,
something like that.
no, there was no.
It seems like you're kind of undoing that, like specifically.
It's specifically the
turning that
opposite.
down and then
Yeah.
raising
But I
lower.
mean, like here's the thing though, right? Like the reality is like he's making claims about like how people basically
Are
trying to
talking
attach
about.
people's impressions
Yes.
to the acoustic qualities, and that's reasonable to speculate about, right?
Mhm.
And I'm saying that what people are, at least in my case, and I think what a lot of other people who are referring to this quality are referring to, it's not what he's referring to, right? So this is a private language problem. It is private language in Wittgenstein on our bingo card.
It really ought to
Private
be.
language
It really
absolutely
should be.
I don't know about Wittgenstein's name himself.
Well,
but-
Wittgenstein is private language.
Yeah.
Like that is.
No,
the
I know,
origin
but
of
I don't know
it.
I don't know if the name
It should
is
be. I mean,
necessarily, mentioned as much as the
Wittgenstein
I-
is the explanation for all the problems in subjective audio.
I have
No,
a bit of a
Thorstein Veblen
input
also
on the sort of-
matters.
Yes.
What'd you say,
I'm
Ken?
sorry, I've got a little bit of an input on the sort of dynamics thing because I think that I found also that the slope thing is sort of the overall best way to go. I have also found that what Dan Clark was trying to do does work. I just think he got the frequency wrong.
Oh, so you
Because
want
I
to put
find
it
that
lower?
Yes, around
Yeah.
80 hertz. If you look at like literally just FFT some kick drums, particularly the leading, like the initial strike bit, just do that and look at where the majority of the content is.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you do it about 80 hertz, I found that makes a much bigger difference and avoid. Because I found that the sort of 120-ish hertz region, if you do that, it does start to, in some cases, have exactly the opposite effect. It makes it sound muddy and
Softer.
soft,
Yeah.
not punchier.
Yep. No, that makes sense. I'm thinking of this in terms of like also just the general hardness of the attack, not the raw sort of impact quality, and coupling those two together is so it makes sense.
I really want you to hear the headphone that I'm working on because it's got both of these effects, and
Okay,
it's
I'm down.
punchy as fuck.
Great.
Who is Dave Portnoy?
That
Someone just said
name
I
rings a
looked
bell.
like the child of Peter Griffin and Dave Portnoy.
I don't really know who that
Don't
is.
know.
So
Oh,
Anyway.
it's the Barstool Sports pizza review guy. Yeah, I knew the name.
Okay. Let's move on here to topic number 3. Unless Blaine, do you have any recent impressions that you would like to share? Other than
No,
your general impression of suffering.
no, I have literally spent the last week looking at spreadsheets and basically trying to sanity check data. Like I have had. Honestly, I should hate it more than I did, but it was still pretty rough.
And so, what are your sonic impressions of that?
It's really essential to have music that doesn't distract you, but does boost your morale when you're doing long projects. Like, I
Yep.
really cannot emphasize that enough to people. That's what originally, that and tinnitus are what got me into headphones in the first place. But it's really important.
I recommend Dead Mouse for that.
I
Yeah.
do not recommend Dead Mouse for that.
No, I would recommend Dead Mouse for that.
Speaking of music, okay, did folks see the Gojira concert or the Gojira opening ceremony?
Wait,
Never
for
been
the
a great
no,
fan of
but I've
Gojira.
seen a few
Is that what
people
you're about to
talking
say?
about it.
It's insane. It doesn't matter if you're into the band. It's the coolest opening ceremony thing, and it's so over the top and unhinged.
Hell
Like
yeah.
I am also not. I wasn't a Gojira fan. I am a massive Gojira fan now because of that, and also huge thumbs up to France for basically permitting that, because it's ridiculous. So go watch that if you haven't done it. I linked it for us in our Slack channel. It's just truly crazy.
Whilst we're on the topic of music, and before we get into the main topic, should we quickly each give an album that we've been listening to this last week that people should go and try
let's
out?
do that. Let's do that. You can start.
I would say "And 74 Musicians" by Thylacine, Thylacine. It's my absolute favorite genre of music is like electro orchestral, actual orchestral music with electronic elements mixed in. This guy recorded the whole album with a full orchestra, but there's a bunch of synths and electronic elements as well, and it's fantastic. Just listen to the track Mozart on that album, and then if you like that, listen to the rest.
Can you say the artist and album one more time?
Thylacine, Thylacine. I'm going to type it in chat as well.
Yeah,
I'm doing that right now.
The album is "And 74 Musicians."
And 74.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay. I can give I'm gonna give you guys two. One of them is a jazz piano album called "Being There" by Tord Gustafsson Trio. Very, very nice, pleasant piano recording. Extremely good, like piano player, but just really good musicians in general. But it is on the more laid back and mellow side. So it's not that like, esoteric, energetic jazz like Esperanza Spalding and stuff like that. It's more chill. So highly recommend "Being There" as like a almost maybe even the kind of thing that Blaine was talking about, a general relaxing kind of mood enhancer. Maybe not upper, but nice to have on just all the time and enjoy and be in a pleasant mood for. And the other one is kind of the opposite. It's an album called "Hate Crew Death Roll" by Children of Bodom. This is not.
Is that how you pronounce it?
You would say Children of Bodom?
I always thought it was Badam.
No, it's Children of Bodom.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because they have a song called "Bodom Beach Terror." And Hate Crew Death Roll is so Children of Bodom is a metal band from the 2000s, I feel like. And their stuff is not good, but it is nostalgic and hilarious and enjoyable, and there's just something about it that makes me giggle and brings me joy. I did see them live once, but yeah, so those are my two recommendations that I've been listening to recently. Not an audiophile album, that second one, but I still enjoy it.
If we're doing things that we've been listening to recently, I've been listening to a very, very small folk band called Tarahan. They're from St. John's, and they have some quite nice folk songs.
Ah, yes, in keeping with your maritime fetish.
Yeah, it's just what Spotify recommends me, my dude. I also get recommended a lot of stuff from Sweden for some reason.
Some reason. You know the reason.
What? Do I?
I mean, I would assume it shares a lot of characteristics with the music you have shown me, which all sounds.
Well, yeah, that's the music that I've been that Spotify serves me. It just decided, hey, you want cursed Swedish music?
Apparently, they just read, oh, you like this. We're gonna give you more of this.
I want that.
Yeah, but why did they start giving it to me in the first place? Any
of Skedra's like Viking music recommendations? Some of those are actually excellent.
Viking metal is the stupidest genre of all time. I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, but he's also got some which are like old sort of atmospheric chants with like thunderstorms and stuff.
Oh, like Sun O and stuff like that. Or I don't know if that's.
I can't remember. The names are completely impossible to pronounce.
I will say I saw his playlist at Munich High End, and I went, I want all of these because of just how unhinged they are. Like I knew what they were, and I was like, I need these in my regular, rotation.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I've just got to mention one more album. Oh, actually, sorry, listen, go first.
And no, you go first. There you go.
No offense to anyone else, but Cameron's are the only ones I'm adding.
Not Viking.
Yes, it is. Yes,
they're Celtic. They're literally.
Okay, but it's that style. It's still that style. Go Penguin.
Andrew,
yes.
Go Penguin's fantastic. Go Penguin's 2.0 album, Murmuration. Just listen to that track.
Is that the album you're bringing up now?
Is that the most recent one?
No, they've got some more recent stuff, but that one's just one of my favorites.
The more recent one is bad. The music isn't bad. It's just the recording. The
recording's not as good.
Well, and they do this stupid stuff with the prepared piano or they run it through like a whole bunch of effects, and the effects are to literally distort and make it horrible. I don't know if you've heard. I'm like, I don't. Why?
Quite get it. There's a couple tracks on the album which I do like, but it's not as good. But the artist is Go Penguin. Album is 2.0, and the track is called Murmuration. Just try that track; it's fantastic.
Yep.
I'm going to throw one more out there just because I can finally flex the fact that I listen to weird folk music. Skuld is a Nordic/Viking folk music band I listen to. SKA with a diacritic LD. Skald?
We've given a lot of Nordic recommendations. Anybody into like?
Yeah,
Latin
I'm gonna come back with normal music now.
Okay.
So a record I've really been liking is
Cardi B.
No. So have any of you guys listened to the Social Network soundtrack?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
it's
so.
Trent Reznor and
It
Atticus
is
Ross.
good. It's very good.
It's very, very solid.
Yeah.
So that team, them two, just did the soundtrack for the Challengers movie. It's like Zendaya with the tennis and the yeah, I don't know. It's popular on TikTok, but the album or the soundtrack itself is incredible. Actually, it's obviously like a mix of like score and like dark electronic music, industrial elements, stuff like that. It's a very cool listen. I would not have sought it out if it wasn't Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, because I really loved the Social Network soundtrack. And this is like, it's different, but it's a very similar level of good. So highly recommend. It's well mixed as well. Another one would be Hiatus Coyote, which I'm going to post in chat. The spelling just came out with a new album. They are some of the best in the kind of modern R&B movement in terms of influence from hip hop, incorporating that into stuff that is mostly live instrumentation. Their past record was a really like weird, textured, impressionistic type of thing. This one is much more to their roots of just like, we are some of the best jazz musicians playing right now, and we're just gonna be in a room and it's gonna sound very well recorded, and you're gonna enjoy
check that
it.
out. Sorry, this is Hiatus.
It's very, very solid music. Now, I will say I don't like it as much as their first album. Their second album was kind of just a miss for me, but this album is much more like the first album.
Sorry, and the album is called
Love Heart Cheat Code.
Okay, I am hearting this now because jazz is the most.
So
it's
not quite jazz. It's like jazz, neo soul, R&B, hip hop, somewhere in that vein. But the instrumentation is just like god tier. Like they're great. Especially the drummer is insane. Okay. And then one more for the normals in chat who are not looking to listen to jazz or soundtracks. Clairo put out her newest record called Charm. That's more like an indie pop, whispery female voice and kind of lo-fi tinged, but not actually bad sounding instrumentation. Really strong pop songs on that record. Very few skips on it. So if anyone just wants a nice calm listen on a rainy day, or just kind of walking around listening to something pleasant, that's a good one for that. I've been listening to that probably more often than anything else, just because the songs themselves are so strong. So if you're like a Beatles lover, like a song structure enjoyer, very good for that.
I've just got to give one more shout out, just because I posted in chat, Go Penguin's kind of like if Aphex Twin decided to make acoustic music, and then I remembered that actually,
whoa, is that what they're like?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah,
that's
great.
Okay, I'm adding that.
But then I remembered, and this is something that was actually recommended to me by David Stephen at DCS. There's an album by Alarm Will Sound, and it's a cover, like orchestral acoustic cover of a bunch of Aphex Twin songs, and it's great. So just search Alarm Will Sound Aphex Twin. It's fantastic.
Okay.
I found that. I just wanted to issue two things. One, I wanted to issue a correction. I was thinking of Eluviti and Sifrums from Finland, so they are indeed Nordic. Also, is Clairo related to Steve-O?
It's a sister.
Makes sense.
All right. On that
Jesus
note,
Christ,
let's move over to Fight Club here. And this is where we are going to talk about our headline topic,
Yeah, I
Which
actually might want to reorder these real quick.
Do you want to talk about? Do you want to start with the Soundstage one? Or do you want to start with?
I think that makes sense.
I think it
right?
makes
It's
sense.
in the
Yeah.
title.
Yeah. Okay. So, I was a bit hesitant about this being in Fight Club because we might actually all agree. But this is a contentious topic that the community. I've seen it in the chat already. Like even at the very beginning of this live stream, there is a lot of misconception about this concept, and so I think this is partially just us fighting with you guys. Unless we disagree.
Is that punching down or punching up?
I don't know.
We are punching up.
So this is also, I should note, it is also preceding a very important article on the subject from Listener that is coming out soon. It is on
hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, whenever that's done. But this is on the Grell phone, and the Grell phone, the Grell OAE1, the headphone in the picture of this live stream. It is a case study in basically why Soundstage is not a thing that we should be chasing. Would you say that that's fair?
Yes, I would say that is a very neat encapsulation of it. Yeah, so for those of you who are not necessarily aware of this, the Grell OAE1 was rather intentionally, per Grell, tuned to a frontal diffuse sound field, which is, as we use diffuse field, which is not localized to any particular place relative to the listener, it incorporates everything equally from all directions. The frontal sound field is very similar to the sound that a speaker directly in front of the listener, how that would measure at the eardrum of, in this case, a listener or a measurement mannequin or whatever, if the speaker was, flat in an anechoic chamber. It's tuned with that in mind, and that's kind of why it has that big chunk out of the 6K region, because that's what for example, frontal free field HRTF, that circumstance I just described, that's how that would measure at the eardrum of, most rigs. Most humans, I think, would also have a similar feature there. But when you're listening to it, it doesn't sound frontally localized at all. And there's a reason behind that, which is that the brain is constantly unpacking all of the sounds we receive in the world, including something like speakers, and subtracting those cues from how we perceive the sound. It's literally arresting that frequency response cue before your brain even processes it, such that you only hear the speaker and the location it's coming from. You don't hear a massive 6K dip.
A good way to just explain that for people in a way that's sort of easier to understand is, if there's something in front of you and you turn your head like that whilst it's playing, the actual frequency response as measured at your eardrum changes a lot, but it doesn't sound like it's changing in tuning to you, because your brain effectively compensates for it.
Imperfectly. It should be noted timbre changes a little bit. The example I like is to walk around someone while talking and then turn my head while talking, because the timbre of the voice changes vastly more when I turn my head than it does when I move relative to you, even though the magnitude of the FR changes might well be greater for me walking around you. So your brain separates timbre and position.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so
go ahead.
I just want to also mention with headphones, this is why we talk about how the appropriate condition is diffuse field.
Right. Because when you're wearing headphones, your measured response at your eardrum isn't shifting no matter where you look, which is how it would be in a diffuse field.
Yeah, and it's why we are not tricked by the illusion of stereo on headphones generally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when
speakers,
people say
there's the illusion of it being outside the head. Sorry, go ahead.
Because with speakers, you have that change. As you physically move your head, the response is changing, and so your brain picks that up, and that's something that's just not possible with headphones unless you have head tracking and DSP to do that on the fly, which is something which is going to happen. That's kind of the next logical step, and it's already part of what a lot of things like Dolby Atmos do on headphones.
Smith Realizer as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess to get to like your article on this, it goes into Griffin goes into great depth on well, basically the argumentative claim that Soundstage is not something we should be chasing. That I suppose debate. I mean, so the Grell phone is a case study in that, right? But the bigger sort of debate on this within the community, I think, is the question of like, is a good soundstage, does that necessarily require hits or consequences to timbre? And I would say yes.
I would absolutely say yes, comma. I think there are components to what most people call soundstage, which is something we technically tend to call like the illusion of spaciousness, just to kind of separate it from like, the actual frequency response cues, ITD, ILD, all of that stuff happening in the real world. We try to separate it and call it something else, but most people call that soundstage.
Yeah.
In terms of what they're calling soundstage, I would say things like openness and ear comfort actually play a pretty large role, even if frequency response is equivalent.
Yeah, but so I would say that's a key component of it, but I think also a lot of the time the situations that are still palatable are ones where the hit to timbre isn't massive, right? So the frequency response affectation that people have to deal with is one that's not that far off the mark, but still having some of those features that lead to that sort of illusory spaciousness effect, right? And so the good example of this would be the HD800S and stuff like that, or HD800.
Yeah.
Similarly, Susvara, right? And on the extreme ends, we have things potentially like the Grell phone, which go too far and they impact the timbre in such a way that it breaks the sense of, this is what this stuff sounds like.
Yes, because the whole underlying thing here is that because it's headphones and headphones are devices of diffuse localization, any coloration is going to be heard as a coloration, not as a localization cue. So if you're really chasing externalization by purposely chasing a weird tuning, that's just going to be heard as a weird tuning by most people, I think. So I think there are still going to be people that hear this weird tuning of the OAE one as something externalized, or maybe even just broader as something like novel, as something weird in a way that excites them. And I think that's totally fine. I just don't necessarily see that as a selling point. And I think it's important to, when that is used in the marketing of a product, debunk that as like something that is going to appear for, I mean, not just everyone, but like most people. Like I think most people are probably going to perceive it as a open but colored headphone.
Now, I have a potentially contentious question for you guys. Do you think that the folks who, like on forums on HeadFi and even on our forum, and probably folks in the chat here, do you think the folks who are scoring very heavily for things like Soundstage when they are judging headphones, so like they go to like a meetup or even an audio shop and they try a pair of headphones on and their reaction, oh my god, the Soundstage, like maybe they're listening to The Abyss, maybe 1266, that's a good example where it's like so weird in the tonality. Do you think that their, I suppose, appreciation of this quality or this character, do you think that it's, I hesitate to say skill issue, but I suppose the question I'm trying to get at is if they were if they were in a blind test scenario, right, where they had this quality or this character from some of these headphones, and comparing that with something that was timbrally more appropriate, that they would prefer the more timbrally appropriate one in that condition? Or do you think that it, for the same reason that in some ways coloration is the thing that people are chasing, this soundstagey spaciousness effect, this illusory effect, is contributing to, you know, basically where their attention goes in the most positive sense.
I think it's more the latter. It's one of those ones where I don't think it's a skill issue. I think it's just that people are going to weight different things in different ways. Certain people, even if you're just looking at frequency response issues or effects and nothing related to sort of spatial perception, some people put most of their preference rating into a headphone based on the level of bass that it has or the sort of profile of the bass, and almost couldn't care what the treble is doing. Other people, if it's got any sort of treble irregularities whatsoever, doesn't matter what the rest of it is doing, that's the thing that they're weighting. Some people, including myself, I would say, are just more sort of weighting things based on that spatial perception and are willing to give other things up in order to have that be better.
I think that's right.
The HD 650, for example, that has better vocal timbre, I think, than the Susvara does. But I just don't enjoy it anywhere near as much because the lack of spatial presentation it has is, I would say, outright distracting for me. I understand the trade-off and I can hear the trade-off. It's not that I'm saying like, no, this Susvara is just better. No, there are some things which the 650 is definitely better at. It's just that for my personal preferences, that slight trade-off in that particular area for the big gain that I perceive elsewhere is worthwhile. But I would also say... Go ahead. No, this is a second point. So
okay. So the reason why I ask this question is in part because the people who I talk to, and probably even the people you guys talk to as well, the ones who go as deep as they possibly can into this rabbit hole, their trajectory, as far as their own, like the things that they personally value, often starts with things like soundstage and ends with things like timbre, where they won't give up the timbre anymore for the, you know, sort of colored effects of you know, the spaciousness thing, right?
So something I talk about in the article is that soundstage is one of the things where it's like ubiquitous enough that even non-audiophiles know about it, because like tech tubers and like just normal people do talk about it as a thing that like good headphones have. Like the top 3 questions are, does it have good bass? Does it get loud enough? Does it have good soundstage? And like 2 of those are both like normal to analyze. Like if you're helping someone through buying a headphone and they ask if it has good bass, you can generally like, you know, muddle through by like looking at the extension, looking at the shape of the elevation, if there is one, et cetera, et cetera. And then for the second one, you can just look at the max SPL and sensitivity specifications. The third one is way, way harder to actually explain to someone why not only this might have good soundstage or bad soundstage, but why your impression would differ from my impression, and why it's kind of irresponsible of me to say it will, because now, I can't know.
Yeah, and I don't want to, like, I'm not saying this to suggest that the people who enjoy that about it are listening in inferiority in some way, right? Like they enjoy what they enjoy. I'm not suggesting that. I'm noticing a trend for how people kind of, you know, the path that they take through this hobby. It often starts with some of these things and ends in a place that is quite different.
Yeah, it's not so much how they rank it being a problem. Yeah. It's that like they rank it like that before ever experiencing it.
Right.
Which is a problem.
And the other thing,
like, if you're judging it based on your experience and you're like, I know I like that, so I'm just going to only target that. That's fine.
Yeah. A slightly different sort of view on that in terms of the sort of skill issue thing.
Okay.
I think that there's a little bit of truth to that, in that soundstage is one of the things which, when it is done well, is most obviously different to a sort of party tricky extent versus like cheaper headphones. So I think that when you listen to a headphone which has, you know, excellent timbre and sort of tonal color, it's not quite as immediately impressive to someone who's not tried that much stuff before, whereas soundstage can be. And so I think for a little while at least, that can cause people to not pay much attention to the potential drawbacks and potentially not be aware of them if they've not tried that much stuff. There are definitely going to be people that as a result of that go, wow, this is cool. And then as they go through their sort of journey go, okay, but yeah, actually I do want to focus more and more on this. I don't think it's fair to say that, just preferring or heavily weighting Soundstage in and of itself is like a skill issue. It's just that when you're starting out, it may be one of the most distractingly different factors.
Oh, but appealing,
more obvious
right? Like
than some of the other ones. And appealing, yeah, exactly.
And I would kind of run this. I would continue running with that to its conclusion and say that, or what I perceive to be its conclusion, which it is to say that even though it is an illusory effect, that doesn't mean that it isn't preferable to people.
Yeah.
And that it's totally fine for...
Music is illusory.
Life is illusory.
But but I mean, our perception of sound is an illusion our brain constructs from a bunch of inputs. Some of them sound, some of them not.
Yes.
Like, it's not like we're just experiencing raw reality here.
Yeah, I mean, clearly,
especially not listening to stereo music smushed into a binaural medium.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to touch on as well. And this, I'm reminded of something that Aaron said. Aaron from Aaron's Audio Corner, right?
Shouts out. That's my boy.
Shout outs or shouts out?
I am giving shouts out. I feel like
Aaron's
I'm giving shout outs.
Extremely cool guy.
Anyways, Aaron is great, but he said something in one of his reviews that I thought was a useful kind of way of thinking about it, which is that a lot of this stuff is just, it's inherent to the stereo recording. That this sort of spatiality thing is itself an illusory thing that is a consequence of the fact that we're listening to a stereo recording. And when we're listening, if we think about this in terms of headphones, and we are often listening to stereo recordings with headphones, obviously the listening condition changes from the thing coming at us from the front, right, speakers, to now it's like coming from no
direction.
Sound
helmet.
Exactly. And that means that you're dealing with different considerations. And that's really where this case study of the Grell phone comes into play. But as far as this sort of illusory effect, I just sort of end with, it's, if people are chasing that, that's fine. It's just not what I'm chasing, And but I think where you want to go with this is to say, and I would agree that ultimately it's the end of the road there is not a desirable place to be for the Soundstage chase.
I would say it's more about focusing on the beginning. Like,
okay.
If you're just starting out, a lot of people care about that because they haven't heard it before, and they don't like, if someone really wants Soundstage, for example, and like they're like, okay, I'm gonna buy a ticket to a CanJam, I'm gonna hear all the headphones, and I'll find the one with the best Soundstage, and they'll go to a CanJam and they'll try like an HD 800 or 800S or like a Hi-Fi Man Arios or Svaro, something like that. They'll try a bunch of other stuff, and like half the time I feel like people will be coming away with the impression that there's not really many differences between them.
Do they? Or because like
at least the ones that are talking to me.
Because to me it's like, maybe this is again the people who are most vocal about this. It feels like the things that they index for so strongly are things that I just wouldn't personally. I'd be like, yeah, okay, like it's fine, but no, like that's
I'm not even saying it's as much about that or the headphones themselves not really being different to each other in terms of how they present, because I think they do have differences. I think it's more so that they have an expectation of the magnitude of difference being like this between them, when it's actually more like this. Like,
I see what you're saying.
An HD800 is going to make things sound like it's in the room with you.
But it is the thing that people talk about, like depth and lateral definition. I've talked about this kind of stuff as well, because like the differences that you, like, if you are thinking about it that way and listening that way, you can kind of describe it in that way, in a way that sort of makes sense to you along those lines. And then even though, I would agree with you, like the differences that we're talking about are much narrower. It's still the kind of thing that I see a lot of noise being made about, right? A lot of the discussion seems to be about,
a lot of people care about it.
What's contained.
Like, it's important to a lot of people. Yeah.
I think the other important point to note, though, is that it's not necessarily a mutually exclusive thing. There are obviously examples like the Grell where it's gone full hog just trying to get that timbre be damned, basically. And the
well,
end result
the
is
Gorilla has a very his goal was more about acoustic Z originally, and I believe that's still his
Right.
core focus.
Acoustic Z and also trying the front bias thing.
Well, I would
Yeah.
agree that the primary goal was low acoustic Z, and part of moving the driver to the front was to accomplish that goal. Like, was to get it out of the immediate, I guess, air path of the ear.
Yeah. But the point I'm making is there are situations where you can simultaneously improve both. The Susvara Unveiled is probably a good example of this, where overall resolve, would you say that the timbre, or especially in the mid-range, is better on the Susvara Unveiled?
In the mid-range, yes. I think that's there's no two ways about it. The mid-range is categorically better on the Unveiled. But I do think the treble... I would agree. I see where you're going. I would agree that it does sound more spacious as a consequence of the more forward sort of mid treble area, right? Like the 6 to 8, well, 4 to 8 kilohertz, let's just say, is a bit more forward. Yeah. And in my view, though, that is a hit to the naturalness of the presentation overall. I don't know if it's a hit overall to like tone color in the Gunter Thiel sense.
God damn it, you just gave somebody a fucking bingo.
No.
He's been asking us to say that for half an hour.
We do need
I've
to
been
come up
actively
with
avoiding saying that.
But none of us have. Oh no. I have bingo for the first time. All right, well, the stream's done. Sorry guys.
You get a free listen more cable.
I get to listen. Yeah, exactly. No, I should mention my bingo here is HRTF, IEMs are bad, acoustic impedance, Gunter Thiel, and diffuse field.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, with what the picture of the stream is, you were destined to hit bingo.
I mean, you had a very easy bingo card.
It's true. It's true. Okay, but all right, we'll have to figure something out for the actual consequence of that. I immediately feel shame and regret. Let's just say that for now, and then we can figure out what the punishment is later on. You put me in the penalty box for 2 minutes, and then I'll feel shame.
Yeah. What I was mostly trying to say with that, though, is just that I don't think it's quite as direct to trade off. I would say, like, because in my case, I do actually find the timbre on the Unveiled to just be better. Could just be my HRTF. I don't know.
But it makes sense. The mids are more filled in. It is categorically better there.
That's an example of where I found both sort of timbre, tone color, and spatial presentation soundstage to all have improved simultaneously. So for that reason, I wouldn't say it's always a direct trade-off. And in fact, the headphone that I'm working on at the moment, I think significantly improves on both those areas over the original one. But then also there are situations where I think you can make a very small hit to one of those to get quite a drastic improvement in the other. HE1 is probably quite a good example where there is a small hit to sort of timbral accuracy, I would say, because of that sort of 2 kilohertz dip. How objectionable that's going to be is going to depend on the person. But it's not crazy, but I feel it gives quite a substantial improvement to spatial presentation. I personally would actually tone it down slightly, but the point is just that the magnitude of gain versus loss in each category is not necessarily the same. And therefore, for that reason, I think it's quite valid in some cases to say, no, I would prefer it to take that approach.
I want to, if I may, move this debate conversation.
I haven't had a chance to talk.
Yeah. Okay. Well, but after that, the other side of it, I just want to maybe push us in the direction of is the appeal for this concept of soundstage or spaciousness in large part is from people who think that this is going to give them a competitive advantage in the games that they play.
And I
wonder
if something I'd like to address.
Yes. Please. So please, by all means, Blaine, go ahead.
Well, it's secondary to. Well, so I wanted to start with some people in chat are saying speakers have real soundstage. This is only kind of true, right? Like, all soundstage in stereo media is not an actual depiction of an acoustic space, right? Like, it is a portrait, it is a painting, it is an effect that is evoked for you by a mastering and mixing engineer. And it never happened. Like, there was never an original acoustic space where you could just shove your head into and have that same experience as those speakers or headphones. The only exceptions to that are wave field synthesis for speakers, which nobody does, and binaural recordings for headphones, which are profoundly flawed. So these are, there isn't a real thing here. It's just different different kinds of illusions, different kinds of stage magic, if you will.
Yeah, different constructions of events.
Yeah, with speakers, the illusion is sufficient that we can believe that a sound comes from a point in real space, but this illusion still breaks very easily.
Yeah, it is doing enough in terms of the things it is providing for your brain to accept that. Yeah.
With headphones, and this is something that I think, ironically, headphones as a medium are really compelling because they give us such a strong personal experience of audio. Like, they give us a very high signal to noise ratio. They separate us from our environment very effectively. Like, it would cost an immense amount to get the same signal to noise you can get with an HD800 in, just a normal speaker room. Because you probably aren't actually going to be playing at such a high level with a speaker at your listening position. Oh, my noise gate's too high. All right, let me fuck with that.
Ben Levin also asked a question, which is, why are binaural recordings profoundly flawed?
We'll get there.
Yeah.
So, and someone in chat says IEMs are better. True. I mean, in that respect, you cannot get a better signal to noise than IEMs.
Oh, in terms of signal to
low
noise,
design.
I thought you
why
meant
is
Soundstage.
Blaine
Hang on a
saying
minute, where are we
IEMs
going?
are good right now?
So someone needs to clip that. Blaine saying IEMs are better.
IEMs are better? True. Clip.
That's it. No
So-
context.
But so the thing is, though, and this crosses over. So wait a second, headphones. We don't actually, and nobody here really perceives sound on an HD800 or an HD600 or an IEM or any of that as sound coming from their actual space consistently. Like, and you will notice this when you hear binaural audio or 3D audio that really convincingly does achieve that effect, because it's entirely different. Like, the thing that really made me be like, Soundstage and headphones is irrelevant, is that I did some binaural recordings in my own ears. And I was recording music on headphones. But during one of those recordings, a car went by, and I didn't even notice it when I was doing the recording, right? But when I played it back, I hear the music, I hear the soundstage of the headphones just the same as they were, because it's pretty much a perfect reproduction of that. But then I heard a car go by, and I didn't hear a car go by in the recording. I would have sworn to God that there was a car going right by me on the street by my house.
So you heard it in the binaural condition.
Yeah, but the thing is, I perceive that as absolutely a real event. Like, my brain tracked the position of that acoustic source across space. It was an illusion. It wasn't there. There wasn't, but it was one where it made me realize there is nothing like this in the playback of stereo content on headphones. There's not even anything really like this in the playback of stereo content on speakers. Like, that actual sense of localizing something truly in space is completely absent. And it's why I don't think it's worth pursuing much. And it's also why I think gamers are completely off base when they're like, I need Soundstage for gaming. Because Soundstage has absolutely, like, Soundstage and headphones is basically the perception of spaciousness, right? How large is the illusory room in your head?
Mm-hmm.
That has nothing to do with how well you can localize where a gunshot in a game came from.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the other side of it too is, a lot of this comes from narratives that are perpetuated by the whoever
Big
is sort of-
Soundstage.
Yeah, like
Yes.
exactly. But if you actually test the way that some of this works in popular games, like, for example, I'd mentioned this before. We tested this in Counter-Strike, and there used to be this narrative that, like, oh, if you had like a HD 800 or even like just decent headphones, you could hear the other side of the map, and that's not true, because the audio just cuts off past a certain point, regardless of what your playback equipment is. And the
Although
same is
Odyssey
true-
does have the cheat mode.
the footsteps thing. Yeah, but so that is far more relevant than the sort of spaciousness illusory effect of like an HD800, for example. When it comes to,
I will say you should wear
performance.
HD800s while gaming, because
for
they're
other
comfy.
reasons. Yeah.
They are comfy.
That was
Your
my
ears do
recommendation.
not
So
get hot for long gaming sessions.
it's not just
They have
that,
very
though.
good
It's not-
channel balance.
Yeah, it's very good in situ channel balance. If you compare this to the way that traditional headphones go, like even something like this, right, where it's like
Yep.
you don't have low acoustic impedance, and you also have high influence of positional variation on your own head as a result of larger pads, or the way that they're deforming and compressing is going to have an impact on the in situ channel balance. And with the HD800, that's not going to happen. So you have a better chance of getting better localization, let's just say, through channel matching. But I will say, when it comes to gaming performance, I strongly feel like that narrative has actually that narrative about Soundstage has led people down the wrong path to getting things that are inferior for their competitive performance. Because the things that would be highly relevant to them for positional cues and things like that would be things like A, good channel matching, but then B, not having a frequency response that massively obscures some of the sounds that would be highly relevant to your gameplay, like footsteps and things like that. And so many headphones that are recommended for gaming do this. It massive increased bass response that drowns out the highly relevant positional stuff. And then they get lauded as, oh, it's got a really spacious soundstage. And it's like, but that doesn't matter. What matters is
we took away all the 1 to 2 kilohertz. That's
Yeah.
really going to do great things for your sound localization.
Exactly. So that's kind of my soapbox for this. Not that I am, Mr. Competitive Gamer here, like some other folks. I think Blaine's probably better than me at shooters, but
I was ranked top 100 in the world once in a shooter.
there you go. Was it Rainbow Six?
No, it was PUBG.
PUBG. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Wow.
Anyways, that's quite good. But anyways, that's so. I suppose the follow up to this would be, we would probably all agree that this is a false narrative that's gotten sort of perpetuated and is now just sort of part of the gaming vernacular. Soundstage. Blaine's giggling at something in chat. That should be on the video card.
Someone said the Blaine is an FPS frog, and I just enjoyed that.
Yeah. But the question would be, is this a situation now where the toothpaste is so far out of the tube that it's just like it's just inevitable that people are going to be chasing this, or is there some sort of corrective element to kind of like bring people a little bit back closer to reality for what actually tangibly matters to them in games, like again the Odyssey Footsteps preset?
So
I think the gaming community can't be helped, because most of them are not going to be watching this or looking in depth into sort of headphone science. And
yes,
if Turtle Beach has taught us anything, marketing is going to win out every time.
So I actually kind of disagree. If any of you pay attention to Gadgetry Tech, shouts out to Gadgetry Tech.
Shout outs too.
Something that he does, and it's partly because he actually cares to give gamers decent information, unlike most people in gaming media. He has presets specifically tuned for the games that he plays.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Specifically highlight certain aspects of the sound, like the actual sound events that happen, while making overall the preset more usable for the game. So like Andrew, how you were saying, how they'll just like throw a massive bass boost and people will be like, whoa, it's so spacious and immersive or whatever. What he does is most of the time is actually just cut bass like crazy, like straight up like high pass filter, low cut filter, just like rolling off everything under 100 hertz, putting a bump, a narrow Q bump at like 120 hertz, and then raising more upper mids than you think you would want, and cutting more treble than you would think a gamer would want. And like, to me, that speaks to someone actually listening enough by ear and understanding that like it's not about soundstage, but it's about like positional accuracy and intelligibility for gamers, but also someone making content that includes that and doing it for multiple games speaks to at least it being not entirely ignored. Like there are people, or at least person out there that are fighting on a front line we dare not to tread.
So we should though. I think
I think so too. I'm just not a gamer, so I don't really feel equipped.
We should
to do that.
we should definitely have gadgetry tech on the stream at some point.
I would love that.
You know,
I would love
This in and of itself would be a
there's-
great topic for a stream, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How to make a good gaming headphone.
By the way, shout outs to Android in the chat. Nice to see Android here.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, hey, Android.
I mostly play EVE Online,
also-
so I spend about as much time in Excel as I do in the game itself. It's not really
You know,
much
you
time.
would be someone to play EVE Online.
Yes.
I remember the first conversation that I had with you ever in person was, "Have you tried EVE Online?"
Did
while,
I? Oh,
while we're
Jesus
shouting
Christ.
people out, Pud, who makes some hilarious
Oh, yeah.
headphones, was in the chat earlier.
Oh,
Hey,
And he's just a lovely guy.
that's great. He's fantastic.
So
His
what are those-
his designs have been getting some attention.
Oh
It's
yeah,
been picked
Yeah,
up
yeah.
in like
Well, yeah,
Gizmodo
because
and
they're-
stuff.
Because they're
They're
ridiculous, and I love
unhinged.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm envious.
But okay, so
but-
just on that note, Blaine, you had something, yeah.
Thank you. Jesus. What I was going to say is the addressed factor here for game audio for headphones is that every game is doing
Mhm.
some kind of HRTF modeling, right? Everyone that has any kind of functional sound localization. And the best headphone for that would be the one that actually has an FR that matches whatever they're expecting for the baseline directionless like FR. Like that their basic HRTF model. And the problem is, unfortunately, we don't actually know that for almost any of these games.
it probably
Like, it's
varies
one of those-
between them.
Oh, it does,
Yeah.
for sure. Like, they're different engines have them, different companies have their own proprietary models. And it's something that I think is a big factor that makes game audio so fucking shit. Like,
Yeah.
I remember when I played fucking PUBG, at the time that I played, I actually had to reverse my lateral plane localization sometimes because the cues I had were so wrong that if I heard something is coming from the left, like hard left, and it wasn't level difference, I would be like, fuck, they're on the right of me, because that was just that the HRTFs
Whoa.
they used were that wrong relative to mine.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, how they fucked. I mean, Bluehole were an incompetent dev team, so I mean, they may legitimately have just reversed the ipsilateral and contralateral HRTFs.
That would be very.
It
It
funny.
wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it would explain a lot of my deaths in PUBG. You know?
And I
So I
mean,
guess
this
my
stopped at
question is:
some
do you
point.
think they just had like a very small set of HRTFs, just generics, and then like linearly interpolated between them for that?
I mean, I think that's what's often done. And frankly, I think that in a lot of cases that it does not work very well because generic HRTFs are not always, because the generic HRTFs used are not a good match for most people's actual HRTFs.
Yeah.
Someone
And it's
says
something that would be really cool if we could measure that.
Yes, please.
someone says in chat DT990 endgame for this. I
we
would say
have
if-
recently found out that the
So true,
DT990 was one of the highest rated headphones in Sean Olive's 2018 and 2019 paper.
Did someone
on
get
listener
double bingo from
preferences.
this? Because that's definitely on the bingo card.
What is
Um,
Olive?
No,
Sean
I was
Olive.
gonna say, if it didn't have the mud, it would be for competitive application. It might even be better.
DT990?
But then that might. I mean, the treble is insane on that headphone, right? So that might push it. That might be even too awful for the people who like that headphone if it didn't have the mud.
Is that
I mean-
indicative of a skill issue?
Is the DT990 indicative of
Yeah.
skill issue? Probably.
So, for one, I think the DT990's mud might actually work to the benefit depending on where the fundamental of the footsteps is located.
That's a good point.
Because, again, one of Gadgetry Tech's presets does have a bump right at around 110, 120 hertz in about the same amount, like a 4 dB bump. And two, actually, this makes me think of what Cameron was kind of saying earlier when describing the difference between Susvara and 650 and kind of how we would balance between tone color and a subjective aspect like this.
Mhm.
I guess because Soundstage is so ill-defined and we don't really know what is behind everyone's perception of it. I mean, we have an idea that it's like some confluence of FR, openness, ear comfort, other maybe psychoacoustic things like how the headphones look. Red has bigger soundstage, yellow has worse soundstage, etc. I think that being ill-defined and the fact that we don't actually know people's in-situ responses, bingo for anyone, by the way. Oh, actually, that's not.
No, It's not on
Damn.
there. It should.
You don't
it
have
should
in
be.
situ response on the bingo card?
No.
Anyway,
This is-
the
really
fact that we
do
don't
need to
know
do a
what's
V2.0
actually
of this.
Yeah.
the fact that we don't know what's actually happening at people's eardrums means we can't really separate the two as much as we would like to either. Like, it's very possible that for someone, tone color and soundstage would be both better if, like, tuned to one direction or another. Like, for me, tone color and stage are both improved when there is less treble. But for someone else, both might be improved when there's more treble than what is perhaps, I guess, a neutral baseline that we all use. So it's really hard to say, like, something being tuned correctly per our current analysis paradigm is, like, actually going to be better for tone and worse for soundstage, when for some people it can actually be better for tone and better for soundstage, or the opposite.
Okay.
Okay, so someone in chat, I think, is a good example of where the language problem. He's saying that if you have a headphone with good separation, you don't need to boost things to hear them.
Well, actually,
And
that
I think
hold on though.
separation as distinct is kind of its
on.
own problem.
No, that
Yes.
is actually reasonably, and this is me doing the Dan Clark thing of attributing other people's reports to acoustic properties. That would be correlated with, in my opinion, a flat bass extension from like 900 hertz all the way down with good channel matching. Because your entire
that's what indicates separation.
But with some of these separation qualities that people refer to, so the typical response that you get from many planar magnetic headphones that have linear bass extension all the way down, or roughly, I don't know if it's exactly 900 hertz, but somewhere in the mids. And the reasoning for this would be that your mid-range presentation, almost the entirety of your mid-range presentation and the fundamental tones for that would be slightly elevated, but also
versus the bass.
Yeah, versus the bass. So like you get what I mean. Like you would hear them a little bit more distinctly, and then also to have really good channel matching for that entire range, right? Because if you think about, again, the in situ channel balance for many headphones, it kind of gets weird as soon as you go into the treble, right? But for that region, everything below that is going to be bang on for some of these headphones, and I think that's what people often that's where that quality often comes from, a slightly forward presentation to that mid-range, and that is then also extremely well balanced for channels.
Yeah, so I think we're talking about the same thing, but I would phrase it differently. I would just phrase it as less bass.
Sure, you could, but I think the really good channel matching is also a requirement for that.
Sure,
for that sort of separation quality. Like oftentimes, I mean, good channel matching is a good thing generally, right? But oftentimes, if you try and do like a tone generated sweep, as soon as you get past like 1 kilohertz, I mean, depending on the headphone, right? Some headphones it's better, but like once you get into the treble, you can actually hear the channel balance kind of go like this. It can kind of back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, your ears are different.
You're getting
your ears are different, but also the headphones, like particularly with any positional variation, keeping a match precisely
is
impossible.
Yeah,
very difficult.
Yeah, so that's why.
So what we're saying is pro gamers should use IEMs.
I mean, that same issue of positional variation between the two will.
But only for the length. So pro gamers should use etymotics.
At most, like pro sort of like live esports events and stuff, they will be literally using IEMs with ear defenders over on top.
Yeah, I don't know if that's for competitive reasons though. That might just be
anti-cheat.
Which is reasonable.
Potentially, yeah. I did see one team a little while ago, which was, I think, sponsored by Hyperman because they were all using Sesvaras.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. Which probably not ideal in like an arena, but hey.
No. Okay, so maybe can we go around the table here and say, A, what our opinion of the DT990 is, and B, what the best, what we think the best solution for competitive gaming is. Huh?
Where did the DT990 come from?
The comment asking,
DT990 is not a very good headphone.
And your recommendation for gaming headphone would be?
In a similar price bracket?
No, just
Doesn't
in
matter.
general, I think.
And anything.
I mean,
Headphone, IEM, whatever.
it would be either an HD 800 or a Sennheiser HD 490 Pro
Ooh.
or the Sony MDR MV1.
Yep. For same reasons.
Who goes next? We can't see the table.
I'll go next because if we're going counterclockwise. I would agree 100% with Griffin. DT990 is a treble peaky boy. I wanted to mention when we did the blind testing, we actually included the DT990 in that. When I say blind testing, I mean like blind listening in games, right? So we did this little experiment where like we would blindfold ourselves, wear headphones, and in games that had like good sound engines, like we used Counter-Strike and a couple of other ones, and we were actually testing the sound engines as well. We were trying to see how close we would get with just the localization cues, and the DT990 was one of the ones we included in that, and it didn't perform. It was on the lower end of performance for us getting it right. The one that did the best was the HD6XX or 650. And I think the reason for that is actually because of the bass roll off. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, that as soon as it's not elevated, you kind of are more primed by some of these other things that are more relevant for the sound cues that you're getting. Yeah. It could be game dependent too, though. And the other one that did well, not as much in Counter-Strike, but in Destiny 2, was the Maxwell with the footsteps preset, because that game engine doesn't have that cutoff that some of the other ones do, and so you could actually hear people coming from way further away as a result of the increased basically the FR difference. So that was better for that. But I would agree the best gaming headphone that I could reasonably recommend to people right now is the HD 490 Pro, and I don't think it's close.
I mean, for me, I haven't heard the 490 or the MV1, but they both seem, from a measurement standpoint and from a subjective impression standpoint, people seem like they're pretty positive on them. For the ones that, I mean, like the Maxwell literally has cheating. Like the Maxwell literally lets you do an audio hack, so that is in some ways the most obvious choice. What I always use is the HD800 though, because ergonomics über alles.
Yep.
For those who aren't German nerds, overall. Ergonomics overall.
Oh, come on. The Dead Kennedys had an album called California Über Alles. I refuse
and a lot of people who like that song don't know what that means.
I refuse to believe that's true.
And there were some people, like, way back in the day who would even refer to certain countries as being Über Alles and certain people as being Über Alles. I mean, it led to kind of some dangerous consequences,
Oh my
so
God, Andrew.
Biodynamic bad.
Oh wait, I didn't say about the DT990. The DT990 is actually underrated. Like,
boo this
man.
No,
it is.
Boo this man,
people say it sucks. People say it sucks. It does not suck. It is flawed. It is a meaningfully flawed headphone. It is peaky.
Hence, it's bad.
I don't actually even
because
understand
everything
how...
else at that price is also fucking bad.
But the DT880 is better.
The DT880 is better.
Right?
It's like $200.
It would be less preferred by people who aren't class 3 listeners.
Bingo card. That
is actually bingo for me.
Oh no. Yeah. What happens if we all get bingo?
If we all get bingo, then we do have to end the stream.
Yeah, we do. Okay.
Cameron? Now it's
I would just say that the biodynamics are outright fatiguing and painful to listen to for me. And yeah, best gaming headphone I would say is HD800 for many of the reasons we described. Just ergonomics. It is comfy. It doesn't trap loads of heat. It's also relatively easy to drive, so you don't need stupid source gear. It has the sort of slight bass roll off, which helps separate things like footsteps and things. Channel matching is among the best you can get on headphones generally. And because of the lower variation between heads, even if you have slightly different ears, you're going to get a fairly similar result. Overall, HD800 is still gaming king for me.
I think also I do want to echo the point about the Sony MV1. If people are chasing that Beyerdynamic kind of sound because they want that extra treble, I don't like the Sony MDR MV1 does that, is far more consistent. Actually, the price it's more expensive though, right? It's like
It is
meaningfully
about
more
twice the
expensive.
price, I think.
Yeah, okay. So never mind what I said. But in general, MV1 for the Bayer Dynamic kind of sound, like brighter, and then HD 490 Pro for more like kind of even keel. For Susvara Unveiled sound.
Well, I feel like 490 Pro with the producer pads is very similar to like a DT990, but if you just like lowered the dB value of like the peaks above 6K, but
it's true.
3 to 6 dB each.
490 Pro is kind of like a DT990 with better bass extension and worn pads. Kind of.
Yeah.
So we're just putting this on the record. The HD 490 Pro, which Andrew Park likes, is, to quote him, like a beaten up DT990.
Which makes it hi-fi.
Which makes it good. Yeah. That's the best condition for the DT990 is to run over it with a car several times, run it through the wash, and then you get good sound. That's how that works.
Don't do this at home, kids.
I just want
that'll happen naturally, I think, over time if you own one of those headphones.
I just thought it would be worth mentioning because it's quite an interesting topic. Blaine, you may want to explain is why binaural recordings are inherently flawed.
Yes, we had a question about that in chat. Now, to be clear,
because the next topic is sound demos, and I figured this would be a good lead into it.
This tethers very well. So when we talk about a binaural recording, we're talking about generally a recording made with microphones in ears. They can be a dummy head's ears, they can be a person's ears. A binaural recording in your ears is actually, in many ways, if not flawless, the flaws are very limited. The problems arise when we consider that different humans have different ears, and it's hard to individualize that with a binaural recording because that only has 2 audio tracks, and those 2 audio tracks just contain whatever pair of pinna they actually had. Whether that's one that's close to yours or one that's as far away as it gets, it's luck of the draw. So binaural recordings done conventionally inherently only work for some people. For some people, they will have quite limited spatiality. For many people, they will have quite bad timbre. Like, they are an inevitable compromise. The real solution is actual spatial audio formats, but those are massively more bandwidth intensive, and they were not really viable prior to digital recording, and digital recording with powerful computers at that. So the historical format of binaural audio is one where almost everyone will have had an experience, if they've heard it like reasonably much, of saying, well, I hear a sort of a spatial effect, but man, everything just sort of sounds wrong.
Sorry, that fruity dude asking why are spatial formats better? The answer to that is because you can record things in more conventional ways that don't rely on baking in an HRTF into the recording, and then you can simulate the changes. Yes, afterwards, which can be customized to you.
Somebody, okay, so HeartU in chat, shout outs to HeartU, I think a regular viewer, says something that I just can't ignore. Bayer Dynamic T1.2 is the only Bayer that's hi-fi as is. What?
That is a burning hot take. Bring that one back in Spicy Hour.
I don't know if we have enough chilies for.
Oh my good lord! I'm looking at the frequency response right now, and I'm just going to post it. Maybe I can. Oh, this is.
I love this take.
Let's revisit this. Let's revisit that.
We'll do it in Spicy Hour.
My goodness, is that a bad frequency response? Sorry, HeartU. I don't mean to put you on blast. We love you.
Cello in chat says, you can't customize the HRTF used for the Atmos binaural process, though, can you? To my knowledge, no. I'm not saying that Atmos specifically is an improvement. I'm saying that having spatially formatted audio where tracks are attributed a position in space rather than having a baked-in timbre means that there is the possibility for an accurate HRTF reproduction.
Yeah. And companies like Apple are working on this. Like, their plan is basically to have it so that you can scan your ear with your phone and it'll do an estimation of your HRTF and get, well, ideally closer to what you would get just by assuming an HRTF with a binaural recording rig. So the idea is that even though something like Dolby Atmos might not off the bat customize it to you, there is the possibility to do that later. It's not everything baked into the recording and hope for the best. Yeah. And you can also then do the actual, like, move your head around tracking, which has a huge impact compared to just static binaural, keep your head still type stuff.
I have a question for you, Cameron.
Not
Right.
if you're quadriplegic. So really,
I mean-
binaural recordings are made for people who are bedbound.
Jesus.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Cameron. When we were in the Stephen Wilson presentation on spatial audio, obviously we weren't in the sweet spot. You know, we weren't in the middle of that room, but it was like a room that had been, you know, entirely set up for spatial audio. Like things around us, like speakers. I'm talking about everything around us, things above us, like just completely spatialized. And he was playing his spatial mixes. Did you find that the timbre suffered?
It depends. I think I would venture to say yes, but the problem is that I was sat like close to the rear right corner.
You
of
were
the
even
room.
closer, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I was closer to like the side walls where there was
Side,
more, because the
yeah.
back ones weren't being used all that much, and I was directly below one of the top speakers, so I was in just about the least optimal possible position. So I feel like whilst I would say yes, a lot of that is almost certainly just down to the fact that I've got completely incorrect levels between the different sources.
The other side of it too is that we don't actually know the frequency response of this of the
No,
the
yeah,
speakers
exactly.
would have been either.
Yeah,
So
lots of because there was one bit where he was playing a song and it was sort of in the spatial thing, and then it faded into the stereo. And that one, I would say it was clearly better with the spatial audio format.
Yes,
even with the drawbacks that you were clear, because I had a speaker like here. It was clearly better. So
yeah.
I think the timbre did suffer a bit, but I don't necessarily think or know that it was just because of the spatial formatting.
So the reason I'm asking, and sort of my take on this, is that I do think that I agree. I do think that the timbre suffered, like noticeably. Like if you were paying attention to individual tones that you were hearing from a particular location, I do feel like the timbre suffered, but I didn't care because the overall experience was so much better.
So much better.
Yeah. Like just like the
and that kind of goes back to the thing we were talking about earlier about like
that's what I mean. Yeah.
With a headphone, are you focusing entirely on timbre, or do you not care if it's slightly worse if the overall experience is better for you because of the spatial presentation? And it might be that, for some people, if they are wearing headphones, they could not give a damn about spatial presentation, but they do still care about it a lot in speaker systems like that, which it sounds like it might be the case for you.
Yeah, and just to kind of wrap that up, I mean, I think the only caveat to that is that in many cases, people are tricking themselves slightly. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not a binaural recording, it's not actually a spatial audio condition. It's a stereo recording that they're trying to make feel like something that is more than it is, right? And then that is this compelling thing,
That demo that he gave was quite a good indication of that in and of itself. Because for those who, go and watch the music video because it's good. But basically, Stephen Wilson gave us a bunch of demos, and he did. It was in this room, completely set up with this insane PSB, God knows how many channels Dolby Atmos setup, and he played some stuff where he had literally just taken a stereo recording and done the best that he could to convert it to spatial audio. He then showed some where he had taken ones where he had stem files available, multi-track recording. So he's got the vocals, got the guitar, got some bits which he can sort of play about with. And then he played some of his own stuff where from the very beginning it had been recorded and produced and mixed with the full intent of it being spatial audio. And each time it was a considerable step up in quality, I would say.
Yep.
So that alone, when you have that system available and you still can't get it to that level, does go a long way to showing how limiting stereo recordings are just inherently.
Yeah. Okay, so speaking of recordings, we have the next topic for the actual Fight Club topic of today, which we are going to disagree on, is sound demos.
I mean, we'll only disagree if you're wrong.
So let me maybe preface this with the what would we say? The resolution that sound demos are not actually bad? Or should we say something a bit more nuanced that we're debating
I
here?
think sound demos are just bad. So.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I didn't realize. So I knew. Okay, so Blaine and Griffin, for the context here, Blaine and Griffin are in favor of doing sound demos on not just the curated situation, like where you could
The
specify.
curated situation.
Yeah, like it. So like, okay, maybe I'll phrase better. You're in favor of it in YouTube videos, not just in situations where you can select the playback equipment, right? And so control for that. And Griffin, you are also most. Your audio's
Griffin
gone,
is
Griffin.
muted.
We cannot hear you.
Sorry, I'm less in favor of uncontrolled sound demos than better controlled sound demos.
Right. And oh, no, of course, I get it. Right. So there's, yeah, I get what you're saying. But there is also something folks need to realize about sound demos in order for this discussion to make sense, which is that at the moment, nobody is doing them optimally. There is no current situation.
Forget optimally. No one is doing them correctly.
For
headphones, doing
like,
them
even in the right
acceptably, I
zone.
would say.
Yeah, for headphones,
pretty
nobody is
much.
doing them acceptably, right? Even the ones who people think is like the best out there, they are not being done in the way that they should be done. And there are
Everyone is an idiot except us.
Yes. No. So to explain that and the reason why, there are two ways to do them to minimize how misleading they would be, right? One of them is to control for the playback equipment, say by having some sort of tool or system where you can select what you're listening to and then have the sound demo be calibrated to that. The other would be to do something along the lines of calibrating it to what a range of common playback equipment might be. So you're trying to basically reduce the compounding effect to whatever degree possible, and you just deal with whatever the compromise is of it not being perfect. Because there's always going to be some sort of compromise there, even in the best cases. But like, let's say for a YouTube audience where you don't know what people are listening to, you could say, well, this is the most common frequency response, roughly on average that for headphones that people are using. We could calibrate it to that, for example. And Cameron, I'm learning now that you are also not in favor of sound demos. So maybe to steel man this, if Griffin and Blaine, if you guys want to start and kind of give your case for it.
Can you put my significant figures on screen?
I can. I just actually want to start a poll. First,
That's a good idea.
Does Soundstage matter? We'll get folks weighing in on that, and then after this discussion, we'll see what people think about the sound demos.
So there are 4 images, and I'd like you to cycle through them on my instruction. Yes?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, this is useful. Okay. I'm going to see if I'm going to pull this up here. It's going to take me a second. Really wish that I'd had these ahead of time, but it's neither here nor there. You want me to go? Okay.
The 4, then the 6, then the 7 without strike throughs, then
4,
the
then
7
the
with.
6, then the.
So the incorrect.
Okay, got
so
it.
basically,
I got it.
Yeah. Okay.
But give me 1 second here. Entertain the chat for me for just 1 second.
Right. So in short, we can define quite clearly the factors that influence what we hear, right? Like the problem with the sound demo is that we are what?
Just hearing you say factors that influence makes me think you're going to start an entire different subject sentence. Sorry.
Oh my God. When we break these things down into pieces, we can figure out why it is that sound demos suck, because they all suck, right? Like anyone who has heard a sound demo of anything knows that it pretty much sucks. Like you will never achieve, at least for any of the ones I have heard, correct timbre. For speaker or room demos, correct spatiality. The problem with this
sound demos.
Those are fine.
Yep.
We need to do more ABXs, by the way, Cameron. There's a lot of interest.
Oh no, it's in the way. It's on the way rather. But no, DAC. Please don't do DAC sound demos. I'll talk about that in my bit. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So in this case, what we're talking about though is headphone sound demos primarily, I believe. How much should we care about? And Soundstage isn't real easiest click in my life.
Oh,
I'm just
I
seeing
voted
what the
before
community
reading all
thinks
of them.
is after this, All right, I'll pull up your.
I think I've biased the community.
Good.
That's good. Biasing the community towards correctness is great. Okay. Let me just pull up your misleading facts and figures here.
Misleading.
I'm just giving him shit. Alrighty. This is going to be way too large.
Sound demos of ABX switchers.
Ooh, that's the good shit.
Well, while we're waiting, there is a take that I want to address, which is sound demos are pointless because audio gets encoded as MP4 format and compressed beyond meaningful assessment. That's really not true. The impacts on FR are essentially negligible, and FR is mostly what we care about. Okay, so behold figure 1 from my presentation.
You fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, so okay, just your behold figure 1. All right,
so
go ahead.
In this case, we have the actual playback chain of what occurs, right? So we have the source audio, which in this case is whatever is coming out of your amplifier. Then we have the transfer function of the headphone. Then we have the transfer function of your head as it interacts with the headphone. And that ultimately yields in sum the pressure that exists at your eardrum, right? Mm-hmm. So that is literally what you perceive. This is the sound that comes to your eardrum and thus gets to your cochlea and that you hear. Let's move to slide 2. When we record... sorry.
You want this bigger?
Yeah. It's, well, if people can see it. Let's let people know if they're wrong, if they're too small. So if you record a headphone, you have a bit of a problem here, and it's pretty obvious when you look at it. You have the source audio just as you had it before. You have the recorded headphones transfer function. That's the one you want to hear. But then you have a dummy head's transfer function. Okay, well, that's one head. But then there's a playback headphone, and then there's your head. Now, your head is the one you want. The recorded headphone is the one you want, but there's 2 extra things in the chain there. Now, if you don't EQ this at all, this is why, and this is a common complaint among people who foolishly play back binaural recordings over speakers, it's going to sound incredibly shrill because you have twice the ear gain. But even if you do have some basic compensation, it's still going to sound wrong.
Mm-hmm. But also, I should note, I'm highlighting here the playback headphone transfer function is the compounding effect, even if you get the
dummy head out of the way.
Yeah, exactly.
So then we move to figure 3. So in figure 3, we have how you should do it.
Sorry.
And it's the guy in charge of my slide deck has been removed. Okay, so the correct version adds an additional step, which you might think makes it worse, but I promise it doesn't. That extra step is an inverse, and it's actually in the causal chain. It would be before source audio, but I'm trying to make this even slightly interpretable. It's the inverse of the response of the playback headphone on the head that recorded the headphone. So that is to say, the headphone that you, the listener, are listening to on the dummy, which recorded the headphone you want to hear. And now we get to its equivalent, which is a lot more intelligible, which is figure 4.
Go ahead.
Now, in figure 4, we see what that has equivalently done, which is you can cancel all of the things that are struck through. And now, just as we wanted to originally, we have the source audio played back through the transfer function of the headphone we want to hear, heard by the head that we want to hear it, arriving at our eardrum. Because we have effectively canceled the playback headphone, the recording head, and, of course, we've done that with the thing, which is the inverse of both of them. And now we have something that, if everything works perfectly, is the exact same as if you were wearing the headphone the dummy head was wearing.
Yeah. Okay. Are you done your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So that is the optimal way of doing it, and it would be great if this is something that could be controlled. It could be done and controlled for on a mass audience level. But unfortunately, with YouTube, you can't do that cancellation for the playback equipment because you don't know what people are listening to. But you
And
do know.
unfortunately, you can't make a YouTube video that will not play unless someone validates
That's
that
right.
they have an HD 800.
Now, what
If
you
we
do
could,
know,
we would.
and this is something maybe I don't know, if listener you have this handy, but there is a average response that could be used instead of the specific headphone. I don't know if you have access.
Are you
to that.
talking about like Brebart's mean?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Or
right? I'm not saying,
or olives. There are
Yeah.
many
Or
meme
oratories. I
responses
mean,
of
yeah,
headphones.
there
Yeah,
are a
yeah.
bunch of average headphone data sets out there.
Or we could even use our own, right? Like we have a
We
whole
very
bunch
well
of data
could.
too, right?
Although I would say ours would skew significantly towards audiophile options,
That's
such
true.
that it would be less
true.
helpful to anyone
Less relevant.
outside of our.
Because there's a lot of headphones that
audience.
people have that are just awful.
Yeah,
just aren't.
like ratings. If we averaged all of their headphones and
Mhm.
came up with a curve, that would be one
That
that
might be-
that might have more utility for that.
But-
kind of wide spanning.
Yeah. But the concept is it won't be perfect for everybody. It will always be misleading, but it will be less misleading than if none of these steps were taken. Than if this inverse playback headphone response wasn't considered. So so that is basically the framing of this issue. So now sell me on why this is a good idea in the YouTube sense, given that we would all acknowledge that even in this way of doing sound demos, it is still inevitably misleading for just about everybody.
I mean, you will have to say this is not the exact experience, right? But the thing is, we could
not,
just
not
say
even not
you
the
have-
exact experience. You just have to say, you have to explain there's a meaningful delta here between what you're hearing and what the actual experience is.
Sure. But the thing is, FR is fucking unintelligible to 95% of viewers. Like,
Yes.
even for people whom it is intelligible to, right? So even for us, how precisely can you predict what a small FR feature is going to sound like? Like, I am now a decade into this at the point where I can say, yeah, I have a pretty strong sense of how that will sound, generally. We are the deepest into this goddamn shit.
Yeah, and like I would say most of the
Nobody
people
in
who
our
count
audience.
themselves among the understanders of FR are still most of the way away from having that, such
Well,
that I
here's
think
an
it could even
example.
also be helpful to them. It's really just about what kind of error you're willing to accept and disclose.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, it's whether the error, which will be vastly larger if we let people interpret just eyeballing it, is, worse than saying, hey,
Which does happen.
yeah, which is happening now. People
Yeah.
right now are forming incredibly wrong impressions of headphones based on our data.
Mhm.
And they will still, even if we do this, but at least we're
Yeah.
giving them some chance as lay people of understanding something that is absurdly abstract and really that they shouldn't have to put in the effort to understand to that extent. Because, if we limit it to a pool of headphones, for example, we would have the ability to tailor it quite well. Like an EQ that fits the HD 650, 600, 6XX, DT 880, etc. There's a lot of headphones that have basically the same response up to 3K or so.
Mhm.
You would get a very strong impression.
Blaine, just if you could, there's
Yeah.
some commentary here suggesting that
I was
Olive's
literally gonna-
Gadgets is doing good sound demos in his comparison videos, and I would like you to comment on the issues with that.
Doesn't fix
So-
any of the issues we just talked about.
Yeah, that's sort of the trouble. I have
He's
spent a lot
trying
of
to
ti-
control for one headphone, and even that's not quite done right.
Yeah. So I've talked to at some length about this stuff. He really wants to make things generally accessible, but also I think that he does not want to do the number of processing steps that it would take to do this, and also explicitly say you cannot listen to this unless you have this specific headphone. So all of stuff ends up it's flawed. It's better than just an uneq'd recording, but it's still definitely not giving you an accurate impression of things.
I think a lot of the problem with all of this stuff, though, is that and the reason why I'm kind of against it is that the delta is still going to be, in many cases, just so large that I would say it completely invalidates the utility of the sound demo in and of itself. Even if we try and get it as close as we can, the differences between the actual experience versus the simulated experience you get through the sound demo are still going to be massive. And we can't necessarily predict how it's going to go in terms of other things like HPTF effects between the listener versus the dummy head or whatever that could completely throw things off.
So technically that's also true even in the controlled situation.
Yes, it is.
And that, well, the thing is, that's also true of if we present a measurement. Like,
yes,
all of those same
No, it is.
complaints apply equally and to a greater extent.
However,
And are just
when you
as guilty of causing
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Cameron, but I just wanted to note that at least in the case with the HPTF variation that exists among heads with measurements, that is something that we can show.
But
Whereas
we
if you're
don't.
getting the experience, you're not necessarily getting that other condition. Anyway, sorry, continue.
I think that whilst HPTF is still a challenge with the just inherent measurements itself, it's something which we can show and we can kind of leave wiggle room for. Whereas with the sound demos, I think that people are, because sound demos are inherently aimed more towards people who don't have a good understanding of how all this works. They are much more likely to inadvertently weaponize the sound demos to make the wrong decision, convince other people that they've made a bad decision or a good decision if they have made a bad one. And also, the other thing is that it's exploitable. If we were to correct things in a way where it fits a sort of average curve rather than specific to the listener's headphone and that you can select from a drop down or whatever, I could absolutely see manufacturers designing headphones in a way that specifically fits the sound demo to sound great through that. But as a result of doing that probably wouldn't sound great in real life.
No, that won't work because the thing is they can't know the playback headphone. Like, they have the same problem as
No,
we do.
but that's
that's
the thing is, I'm saying if we didn't go with the playback headphone, we went with a average response curve, whatever. They could effectively try and tune something to the inverse of that.
It's basically
something
poisoning
to
the well on
of the average. No, but hold on, think this through. If they tuned it to the inverse of the average, that would just mean that it would sound like the playback headphones people were wearing.
Which could be bad, is what.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that people would prefer it.
But that's Cameron's point. It's that it would be bad. or is your point that they would be trying to game?
No, I see what Blaine's saying.
Sorry, Blaine, you're like choppy now for some reason.
Choppy.
I'm choppy?
I don't know if this is a you thing or a ping thing.
Is it my audio or my video?
No, your audio.
Your video. It's fine now.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we've seen how difficult it is to explain to people how to sort of properly interpret measurements and how to get people to not either intentionally or inadvertently weaponize measurements in certain aspects of them. Now imagine how difficult that's going to be to try and do with a much larger audience of people that doesn't actually understand the core concepts behind what's being done.
Which again also is true of 100% of of 99% of the people who look at our measurements.
Yeah. So we can make this sort of equivalency that like, hey, the issues that exist with sound demos, you can find comparable issues or similar issues with measurements, but I think that still misses a very key point, which I'll get to in a minute. I first want to just note something in some of our discussion around this topic earlier that we had offline. Listener, you said something that I really quite liked on this topic, and Blaine, you said something that I really didn't like.
Nice.
So listener, I'll start with the good here. So listener, you mentioned that like sound demos is ultimately just a compromise, and you just need to decide. It was something along those lines, right? Like you just need to decide
what level of error is acceptable.
What level of compromise is acceptable, and we do deal with this genuinely with measurements as well. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the best framing of this is if you are okay with a larger degree of compromise, then there is a path to sound demos where you just sort of bite the bullet on that and say that's okay.
Especially because all of the existing content out there is worse.
And,
it's
so
different
there's
with measurements because we are like at best equivalent to the rest of the people posting good measurements. Maybe not equivalent to oratory, but like,
well, if he had more heads, then he would be better.
Yeah, but he does a lot more positional variation
Yes.
and units and all that stuff.
And we are going to be
But
doing that anyways. So yeah.
we do plan to. But when it comes to sound demos, it's like we would be walking into a swamp with a bottle of filtered water. Like,
I get what you're saying. The bar is so much lower.
Yes, the bar is
Yeah.
in the floor. It's in hell. So like
So
when
that's
we were
true.
to
Yeah.
theoretically
I mean,
do sound demos, the
there is
error would still be lower than anyone
Yeah.
else's.
Yeah.
We would
So
be improving the signal to noise ratio.
Significantly, I think.
Yes. Yeah. So, well, okay. In the category of people who do sound demos, absolutely true. I don't think that we're necessarily improving the signal to noise when it comes to the actual
The total.
the discourse on the topic. That's a different question. It's about how many people actually get onboarded to learning about this stuff more from that, and I think there's a deeper debate to be had there. We just don't know. But now to get to the thing that Blaine said that I don't like, which is that all communication involves misleading people. And
Yes.
I understand the larger sort of way that you're kind of approaching that, but I would suggest that at the very least we should endeavor not to mislead people. I think that should be
That's because you're wrong and stupid.
I think that should be a primary goal of. I would actually even say a primary goal of any kind of good faith, genuine communication should be not to mislead people. And in that respect, that's where sound demos will inevitably fail, because we know that there is as listener pointed out, an inherent amount of compromise that you have to accept. But now to get back to the sort of what I kind of consider here as a bit of a false equivocation between the sound demo, the issues with sound demos also being present with the issues in frequency response. When you're dealing with when you're considering the way that people are approaching both of these two things, it's very different in the sense that, yes, we do see people making errors all the time when they are reading frequency response and judging them incorrectly, right? That's a very common thing to have happen. But I would also say that apart from some very vocal people who are just wrong about this, the majority of people who are approaching this stuff will recognize that the frequency response that they are reading, that they see on the graph, is not all there is to the experience that they are likely to have. There's probably it's like a prediction or an indication at best, and something that
you
can
really
help guide
think
them.
that that's the majority position of the ignorant reader of frequency response?
I would say it depends on your audience, but I think that a large portion of the audience, and this is something that I'm reminded of this also because this was something that Super Review said, and it's something that, like, I think for the people who are at the very least within our audience, maybe not the people who are like who know literally nothing, right? But the people who are within our audience will understand that, hey, this is intended to be a prediction and a guideline, and in many cases, a question of disqualification, right? Like a lot of people, and this is also perhaps because of the erroneous distinction between tonality and technicalities that people have, right? As a result of some of the stuff that sort of Clinical has put out, the tonal technical dichotomy thing is a thing that many people approach this stuff with, to say that, well, really the tonality stuff is in the measurements. That's the limit of the way that they read this stuff, and that is to disqualify only, not to say, yeah, this is this amazing thing that I'm going to love. It's to say, are there any major issues here that I need to be aware of that would make me not want to purchase it, such as a massive peak in the treble or insufficient bass, things like that.
The thing is, because that divide exists and people like do see the graph as describing tonality and the other stuff having to be described subjectively.
This nebulous thing, yeah.
The former does kind of necessarily entail that they actually accept the graph at face value, which is already them going too far into...
Yes, but as far as they're actually engaging with it, there is still an extra step that they will require for judging the product, right? If they're, which is to say, well, I'm going to listen to somebody that I trust. That's usually what happens, who has listened to it. Mm-hmm. So a person actually listening to this product is a key factor in their purchase decision. And ideally, it's themselves. It's them actually listening to it, where the graph reading of it is not the experience itself, and they will recognize that. I feel that that is a fairly common thing among the audio interested audience, Whereas
Okay,
if you take a sound demo, you don't have that extra step, because if you look at the way that people actually interact with sound demos in the swamp, in the other examples, which is effectively the people who are making these judgments based on those sound demos, you will see that they overwhelmingly ignore any of the caveats that you add to this, any of the conditions and statements that you make to educate them. They go directly to the sound demo, and that's all they get. And and this is from, so even as something as simple as, like, if you look at the videos from our good friend Brandon Lee from This Is Tech Today, if you look at Brandon Lee, sorry. If you look at the and this isn't to throw shade at his stuff, right? That's not what I'm doing here. I'm saying if you look at the data for the watch behavior of his videos, because he does have a lot of views on them, overwhelmingly it is people will just go to the sound demo. They will bypass anything that could have been said there to prompt or prime them on that, hey, this isn't the actual experience of this headphone. And people end up leaving that. The people who needed to be onboarded to this concept that, hey, the graphs are not all there is to listening to this headphone, they miss that entirely, because they have the sound demo and they feel confident that, hey, this is how this thing sounds. And I just want to end on this rant with the reason for that. And I always say Frank Jackson, and that should be in our bingo card if it's not.
It's not.
The compelling nature of an experience is far stronger than the barrier to entry for needing to learn about graphs. So how compelling an experience is massively influential. And that's really ultimately the problem, where that experience that they're getting from a sound demo is inherently misleading.
This is kind of what I was trying to get at earlier, which is that it's all well and good sort of saying, well, people should understand what the caveats are and we can just explain it to them. People won't listen. With measurements and stuff, even then, you have to make it as obvious as possible. Like, you can tell people the Harman curve line itself is not an exact target. There are preference bounds and margins of error and stuff, and so we have to put that shaded area just to make it as visually obvious as possible. Otherwise, people won't get it. They won't go and read articles about it. They won't understand it.
Yeah, and even then, it's pretty opaque.
Yeah, even then. But
I would say Blaine thinks this is actually something for his point.
Yes,
but with sound demos, there's just no way to counteract it. And even if you, with good intention, put this information out with all of the knowledge necessary to understand what the limitations are, it's still very possible and very easy to overall do more harm than good.
Well, that is where it is easy, but we will not. And I want to address this.
I don't think it's up to us. This is the thing. I really don't think it's up to us. If it is out there, people will just go to the sound demo and ignore everything else. I don't know if it's possible to.
And that,
but I think the scenario that you depict is correct. I think that we will still net positive, and I want to address something that both of you do when you're talking about this, and that both of you, I think, is why you are wrong about this. So both of you are comparing two unlike things. You're saying, let's compare the scenario of our relatively enthusiast readers basically gatekeeping away the plebes, interacting with our graphs, and the great unwashed interacting with sound demos. Because you've already grasped implicitly that the great unwashed will not look at the graphs, right? Like, the people who are, as Griffin said, in the swamp are not looking at the data.
And if they do know how true that is.
Quick point. I think it's easier to get someone who knows nothing about it interested in looking at frequency response measurements than it is to get someone who knows nothing about it to understand the limits of a sound demo.
I agree, but I would say that it is worse to get someone who is interested in reading frequency response measurements, but who is just as wrong as the average person who just starts out reading frequency response.
But that's not the end of the world, because you haven't misled them with an experience.
No. See, this is where you are off. This is where both of you are so weird. You guys are saying it's worse to mislead someone somewhat while giving people on average better information than they have, because you are operating on this weird do no harm principle, whereas Griffin and I are operating on the principle of
do all harm,
signal to noise. Well, no, we're saying
but this is the
error of
if we poison some people and we cure more people, it's a benefit. I would
Like,
kill
such a
20
utilitarian.
to take the
say
Someone
analogy
more
JS
people.
Mill
from the
is very happy with that statement.
I genuinely, it's not that. It's, to take the analogy earlier from the swamp thing, we're bringing a clean bottle of water to the swamp. It could just be that the
Cleaner.
swamp won't benefit from more water. It doesn't matter how clean it is. If
Oh,
if people
it's a
are
swamp,
not
so.
going, if people are not going to use the info, if by bringing this information out, there is going to be an enormous proportion of people that are going to misuse the information compared to a very small number of people that might genuinely benefit from it. I'm not sure that's a good thing. With the
So when you say
measurements, I do
misuse-
Okay, but hang on. With the measurements, I do strongly feel that the majority of people gain a benefit from them. Not everyone uses them perfectly. Not everyone understands.
I
that
kind of
is
disagree there, bud.
contentious.
Okay, but generally, we might disagree on that, but I'm just explaining my view. Whereas with sound demos, I think that overwhelmingly they will be misused.
I actually
Well, when you say misused, can you be more specific?
That people will be misled into purchasing things that they think may be better, even though they will not, and that the errors inherent to what we are doing. Okay, I should just preface this by saying, if we were doing sound demos in a way where we get rid of the issues with the rig and we have a drop down of headphones and have a specific headphone model specific calibration, that I think would reduce the error to a point where it's probably useful.
Yes.
If we're doing the average curve thing, I completely disagree with that.
And
I think
I'm
that's
right
more
there with
harm
you.
than good.
Yep.
Right.
So when you say more harm than good, your premise then is that there will be more wrong purchase decisions because of this.
I
than
don't
there
even
would
think
be
it's
if we didn't
just
do
about
it.
the purchase decisions. I think it's
Well,
about
that was just the measure he used. That's why. I'm
yeah.
looking-
Purchase
the debate.
decisions, debate online, general understanding of how
That's where I'm
products
at.
perform, and
It's the general
it's multiple
understanding.
factors.
that is skewed as a result of this. It's also an unfair depiction of how those products actually sound.
Yeah.
So again, I think that I don't know about Griffin actually, but Blaine, I think that you've missed the Frank Jackson bit about this. I mean, it's not technically.
Well, no, I just don't care about the Frank Jackson.
I know, but it fucking matters. The
Well, it doesn't.
compellingness. The compellingness. No, you're saying it doesn't matter because those people don't matter.
Well, no, I'm not
We
saying
can
those people
poison
don't matter. Well, no, what I'm saying is I'm taking a very utilitarian stance on this.
Yes, you are.
And my stance is this is going to produce more net benefit because the majority of people are never going to interact with data. And of the people who interact with data, the majority of them are going to misinterpret it. Like, I would actually say, someone in chat said what Cameron's saying could arguably be applied to measurements 10 or 20 years ago. It's absolutely true.
Who said
Back
that?
then-
It could be applied to measurements now.
Okay,
Well,
but
But I
yes,
was saying
but I
I
mean,
don't
that-
think
I
it
actually
is
don't-
applicable to measurements.
I don't
now.
think that that's necessarily the case. I would strongly question that claim. Like, we don't know either way, but I would strongly question that claim especially because, and again, I don't know why you're ignoring the Frank Jackson bit about this.
So your argument is that it's because it's more persuasive. This
Yes.
is something which has to be taken more
It-
carefully.
no,
I'm
okay,
saying
no,
it's
two things.
irrelevant.
It's that it's more persuasive, and also that in the way that we describe doing it with the average curve thing, the potential range of error is enormous.
And you're doing this in
Yes.
a way that is way more accessible to new people as well. So you're
Yes.
basically just creating the conditions for misleading people and then widening the spread of the shotgun.
That's where you're wrong.
How?
So you are right. This will mislead people. Like, absolutely. But the thing is, every form of communication, and you don't like this, but it's true. You are incapable. All of us are incapable of precisely articulating exactly what exists in our minds to each other.
But that's just
We can only
this is
give
just
people-
Wittgenstein's private language argument again.
I know. But what I'm
Have
saying
you read
is,
Alistair
because of that-
McIntyre? Is philosophy on our bingo card?
No, but it should.
I think
be.
it is, isn't it not?
It is
Oh,
actually. It is.
No,
as a
no, it's
matter of
not.
fact.
It's not. Qualia.
What?
I gotta change my camera battery. Goddammit.
Qualia
It was
is.
supposed to be on there.
I don't see it.
Okay, but so it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, we have to accept pragmatic limitations on our ability to actually articulate things and convey information. And we all do this practically.
Because
I mean,
we
this
have
is
to.
just fucking Paracelsus here. This is the dose makes the poison. This is the
I don't think
trade-off
that this
of
is actually
marginally
this
what
is
do you
actually
prefer.
not a good. This is the point that communication is hard is not a good argument.
No,
in
not
favor of-
hard. Inherently flawed. There's
Yeah.
a difference.
Yeah, but that so for and again, this is, I mean, I'm sorry, Griffin, I know you hate philosophy, but like, this is the reason why, for the same reason that Hume doesn't just lay in his bed and does nothing, is why at a certain point you have to pull up your bootstraps and actually try to communicate something. And it matters whether or not you're trying. It matters whether or not you're being careful and responsible with that communication.
No, it doesn't. What matters is the result.
Yes, and I think the result will be bad.
So you guys, I mean, like, but hold on. No, I actually think there's two levels of this argument going on.
Well, yes, you and I are having a deontological versus utilitarian conflict, and Cameron and I are having a utilitarian conflict.
Yes,
which is making it quite hard to juggle here.
I actually think Cameron is also right that at a net, it's probably worse.
Okay, so there are two arguments to be made separately here. I'm not going to engage with the premise that there are ethics, so deontology goes immediately into the bin. So let's focus
actually,
on
mine is it's not actually a deontological one, even though Kant is probably right about many things. It is not about that. It is actually a consequentialist argument at its core. It's just
really,
yes, it's just not utilitarian, because in my case, intentions matter.
Well, yes, because you're a terrible consequentialist.
I would actually say that for most consequentialists, they also believe that intentions matter.
Oh yeah, because they're terrible consequentialists.
they're terrible utilitarians because they're not utilitarians.
Utilitarianism is the only valid form of consequentialism.
No, it is a particular brand of consequentialism that most people don't actually subscribe to. Because
all right, here's the thing. Let's be clear. Nobody truly subscribes to an ethical stance. Like our ethical statements, emotivism.
Okay, now we're getting really into the weeds, guys.
Yeah, this is.
I apologize. We can get into that.
Okay, I just want to say one more thing. Yeah. I feel like we're arguing about something that we haven't really tried. We haven't seen the actual bounds of error as they
I would disagree with that. Have you just looked at any of the discussion online surrounding any sound demos?
I'm not talking about. Sorry, I'm not talking about other people's approach to sound demos. I'm talking about if we all decided to go on this endeavor and actually gathered all of the necessary data and started doing testing for testing the bounds of usefulness, seeing what actually needs to be accounted for within our process, we very well might come upon a place where the two people arguing against it actually do see the error as acceptable. I feel like we're all chasing our tails on an idea that is never been done anywhere halfway decent, even with the average whatever.
I'm not against sound demos in their entirety. If we did it right, which means that accounting for the rig itself and accounting for the specific listener's headphone, I think the error would be acceptable.
Everybody, and I think that even though that part, I think.
Well, yes, that's because I've moved the Overton window enough that you guys already agree with my fundamental premise. I'm just trying to claim additional ground.
You're trying to claim that the additional compromise is acceptable. And I'm saying
at this point, I have Crimea. I am attempting to take the Donbass and go further.
That's fucked up, man.
That's fucked up. I just think that
I don't like that at all.
The discussion was originally about doing it on YouTube and stuff, and I fundamentally think that there isn't a way to do that in the right way. It doesn't matter who's doing it. It doesn't matter how we go about it. Yes. And I think there is sufficient data on that.
What data do we have?
Well, no, we can
everyone else that does
this
sound demos and how people react to them.
Yes, that is a known quantity to a certain extent.
No, but didn't we already say no one's done it well?
Can we take 1 second?
Can't do it well.
I want to appreciate something.
What's up?
We have first off, Emuk says the audiophile to debate bro pipeline.
I saw that,
which absolutely roasts our ass. But then
everyone except me.
Glenn says audio discussion to Thiel to fallible listening to philosophy every goddamn stream. Extremely true.
So make sure to turn in your bingo cards for 5% off at headphones.com, guys.
I think we can.
That is not an actual offer. We cannot honor that.
Yeah, I think we can adjourn this discussion because it inevitably will end up in a philosophical one, and maybe we can have that
Well,
philosophical
no,
one.
we can get back to the pragmatic one, which Cameron and I are having.
No, but I actually think that the philosophical one is more important.
Well, of course,
Or
Of
equally
course you
important.
do.
Okay, no, but just in terms of just going from a purely pragmatic standpoint, I'm not talking
All
about.
right, wait, no.
ethics, I'm
Like, let's
talking-
solve this economically. I will pay $10 to put the philosophical discussion behind us.
I don't
Will
think you need to pay $10. I think
$11
people
to-
don't want that. Ultimately,
No, I'm
I'll
just
pay
saying,
you
will you put your
$20
money
to
where
fuck
your
off.
mouth
But-
is?
me to
Yeah.
end the
Will you
philosophical
will you pay
discussion?
$11 to the aggregate sum of the people who are in this voice call? I'll give you each fucking $2.50 if we drop the the philosophical thing here.
But now that means
That
we
is my
can't.
declaration of real value.
From a utilitarian perspective, it may be better to stop talking about it anyway. So let's just go with that and move to spicy hour.
Wait,
All
is
right.
Spicy Hour the next
no.
topic?
Just hold on.
I think it
Before we
is.
do this, I just want to put up a poll. I think people have heard kind of both sides of the argument here, even if the one of them is it's ultimately the foundational problem here, but is a difficult one given that people don't know who the fuck Frank Jackson is. I'm just gonna set up a
And
poll
also
to see
that
what.
qualia isn't really that
How did the last
meaningful a
poll-
concept.
Whilst that poll's going,
That
and
is
just
definitely a bingo
as a
thing.
bit of a data point as to how egregiously people will misunderstand and misuse this stuff. Although to be fair, people don't explain the limits of it even in the videos. But again, the point is that people
Oftentimes
just
they
skip
don't,
past
yeah.
them.
But that's because
there
they
Well,
are
they don't
lots-
know.
No, okay,
They don't
but
know.
There's
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
true.
people who put DAC sound demos on YouTube, which makes no fucking sense
Correct.
No, that's
whatsoever.
hilarious to me.
Like that's
Yeah.
I
genuinely.
haven't seen that, to be honest.
Oh
I
my
would
God,
actually
it's-
be more okay with things like things like, well, we did an article called simulating amplifier distortion, right? I think doing sound demos of that is actually quite interesting.
Well,
Potentially,
the
yes,
problem
but
is
it's like
that
with
a
DACs.
perceptual codec used in YouTube has
Yeah,
vastly
yeah,
higher distortion.
I know.
It's
I
not
know. I'm
even
just
just
saying.
that. Like, just to run it through with a DAC, you're going to have its, let's say, distortion profile in 3 dimensions versus level versus frequency, whatever. You're recording it through an ADC. In some cases, they literally are just recording it with a microphone from speakers and stuff anyway, so you're not even just recording
Based.
the 2 DACs.
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's bad. So you're going through an ADC. A lot of the time, it's not even going to be recorded in like a lossless format. Then it is going to YouTube, where it's probably being resampled, and it's definitely being compressed to hell with a perceptual codec that's going to screw things up completely. Then you are playing it back on your own machine, probably through Windows resampling, through your own DAC, which is inherently going to be imperfect. Like every single possible factor that could regard the debate about whether DACs make a difference is beside this. Any potential factor that could make DAC sound different is going to be completely overwritten and masked by the chain
By the
to
noise.
get that audio to you as the listener. It makes no sense.
I love audiophiles so much.
It's
It's
This is
absurd.
so
I
funny
adore
to me.
that.
and yet, even with all that, you still see people talking about this and saying, well, I was going to buy this DAC, but then I watched a sound demo of it and I preferred the other one. It's like, and just look at the
I
comments.
mean,
on
but that
them,
kind of
and it'll
behavior
make your brain melt.
exists with the sound demos for headphones too. Like I was just thinking of the
That's
reactions
the
that
point.
in that one video that M.
But it
Brandon
also
Lee did.
exists with reviews and with measurements.
And
People form
this is
stupid
not a good
decisions lot.
equivocation because the experience
It
of
is.
reading measurements is very different from actually listening to the fucking headphones.
Yeah, it's differently persuasive.
It's
Spicy hour. Let's
very
let's
differently
just-
persuasive, categorically different.
Wait, I don't get to wait.
So hold on. But I will.
Wait, Griffin has actually been talked over, unfortunately.
I just wanted to end the
Oh.
poll here on the Soundstage one, and we can do the next one. Okay, is that so? The Soundstage
sure.
poll outcome is number one is so the question was how much should we care about Soundstage and headphones? Number one with 54% was a bit. Number two is with 30% a lot. So these are just this is the positive, most positive. Then number three is Soundstage isn't real with 13%, and number four is not at all. So
I'm actually kind of surprised that there exists any population that says Soundstage is real, but it doesn't matter at all.
I mean, are they saying that or like?
Well, because
oh,
they're
I
not
see what you're
clicking
saying.
on Soundstage isn't real. It's sort of like a lizard man's constant thing. Like that, what is it, like 4% of people who said they were Obama voters also said they believed he was the Antichrist.
That's why they voted
Sorry.
for it.
Danger Zone just said sound demos are better than listening to a reviewer give his impressions of the sound. I honestly wouldn't even agree with that. I mean, it
that's
depends
awful.
That's a
on.
base take.
That's
That's a
an
base
awful
take.
take. Awful.
It's a great take.
Awful.
It's a great take. What are you talking
It's so
about?
much more. It's so much more misleading. Oh,
I
sorry,
don't-
are you saying
I
a purely,
do not agree at all.
purely? Are you saying a purely subjective? Or are you saying one where they're analyzing the FR?
No, I'm
He
saying a
doesn't
sound
specify.
demo.
Either way,
A well done, even if it includes
Wow,
the
Blaine,
error
Blaine
we're
went to the
talking
darkest
about.
place there.
Even if
You
we're
went to the dark timeline.
accepting a level of error that isn't, accounting for the replicator headphone and the rig stuff.
No,
Even
again,
in that, I would rather watch that to get an idea of how something sounds than watch a Zeos video.
okay, this depends a bit on the reviewer. Let's just say that.
Yeah, it's very much so on the
but
reviewer.
most reviewers,
But at the same time,
I don't pay attention to on purpose.
At the same time,
because they are
it
misleading.
is that still discounts the difference in terms of the compellingness of that experience. So that versus
so
the
I've got a
idea of
question
learning
for you.
about something.
Why does the compellingness matter?
Because it has a direct effect on the end result.
Yeah, like if people are
Well, all
the
of these
utility of
direct effect on the
if
end
people
result, right?
are
Yes,
if you have
but to
a
very
okay,
different
hold on.
degrees.
If you have two situations, one of them is guaranteed to mislead, and the other one is misleading, and there's a next step there where they could actually get to the truth. The second one should be preferred.
Well, let me ask you something. How high of a percentage of cyanide does there have to be in a bottle of water before you won't give it to somebody? Like, is efficacy here the concern?
Well, but
or
that's
is it the substance of what we're giving?
that's
fair
not
analogy.
that's not really a good analogy, because in your example, or in your case, you have one bottle of pure cyanide and another bottle of water that has a bit of cyanide in it. And you're saying, well, the bottle of water with a bit of cyanide in it is still just as bad and we shouldn't drink it. And it's like, well, I don't know that I would even say that analogy.
I would actually say that
sense.
you guys are saying that. Like, you're basically saying because there's greater efficacy in sound demos, their misleadingness is more significant because it's
to take that analogy and try and fix it, I would more equate it to something where you're putting paracetamol in the water. The intent is to help someone. And you can put this bottle of water in front of someone and explain to them exactly how much they should drink, depending on their weight and whatnot. And you can assume that they will listen to that and drink the right amount. But a lot of people are just going to go, oh, great, and chug it and die. So
that's natural selection.
For those who aren't
point is
clear,
that-
because they're not British, paracetamol is like
Acetaminophen.
Yeah.
acetaminophen.
Tylenol.
That's the one.
Tylenol.
Tylenol.
All right,
Yeah.
next poll. Next poll. Let's see how the community feels about this. But the phrasing probably matters, so maybe you guys want to weigh in on this as well. Should we just? So I would go with sound demos, good or bad, 2 options, or should we go with something more nuanced?
I would say good.
I want you should do sound demos. Sound demos are good, but you shouldn't do them. Sound demos are bad, but you should do them. And
Why are
sound
you
demos
giving
are
people
bad
the
and you
option
shouldn't
to?
do
No.
Obama is the
I would
Antichrist,
do.
I want to vote for him.
No, specifically calibrated sound demos only. Generalized sound demos are fine. All sound demos are fine. Sound demos are always bad.
Okay, sound demos.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat the? So what was the first one?
Specifically calibrated sound demos, i.e. to the specific.
No, this
headphone you're
needs to be
listening.
more. So we're talking in this case about the one that we all agree is a good one.
Yes, so individually calibrated sound demos are
Yeah,
fine.
Playback equipment calibrated.
Yes, playback equipment calibrated demos are fine. Generally, estimated calibrated sound demos are fine.
Estimated average.
Yep.
Calibrate. Fine.
And then
Is estimated even doing any useful, informative work in that sentence?
Yeah, you're right. Let's just say average calibrated. There could be a number
Average
of different
calibrated.
ways of doing
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but like it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not substantive here.
Yeah.
And then third one being all sound demos are fine, and fourth one being sound demos are just bad.
I mean, all sound demos are fine is also Obama is the Antichrist, and I voted for him.
We'll
just
see
saying the
how many
swamp is
people are
good.
wrong. So
But some people believe this, right? So that's
yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
I mean, Blaine's more doing sort of like sociology here, where he's looking at like the attitudes of the population as a whole. and being like, how can this group hold these two views simultaneously?
That's the thing. There are going to be
doesn't make
people that feel
sense.
that way,
But there are
Let's
going to
see
be,
how
yeah.
many of them there are. I mean, our audience is
Okay, so I
going
have
to be more
sound demos.
specific.
That's just. So I have playback equipment calibrated fine, average calibrated fine, average.
Is there a way you can
average,
have people choose more than
Right.
one?
Well,
No.
no, they have to pick one.
They
No,
have
I
to
think
pick
you
one.
choose the
Forcing
highest
function.
one that you would accept, basically. Like, if,
Okay.
if only if you
So
think that
the-
generally calibrated
I
We're
sound
not going to
effects,
have
you would also
single
think the specific
transferable
ones are
vote
fine.
on this.
I actually think that because of that, we should maybe remove playback equipment calibrated fine, because we all agree that that's a good idea.
Well, but the audience
Sure.
But we
doesn't
don't know what the
necessarily.
audience thinks.
Yeah, we
I know,
don't know
but
the audience.
Well,
I would
that's
leave
just like an
all vote.
obvious pick.
No,
if they
you
can't
should.
choose the
but
other ones.
the thing is, we don't know what the audience thinks. They're not just our simps. Well, some of them are, but
I mean,
most of them
I kind of don't care if people disagree with that. To be honest,
We want to
We
know.
want to know.
Yeah.
I know,
I-
but
I would keep it as this
prevents
full.
them from
Let's keep it
choosing the
spicy.
other more relevant options. Is what I'm saying.
No,
That-
because
Yeah,
it
well,
doesn't.
if it
matter.
does, then
It's a
we'll run it
sliding
again.
They
scale.
can't pick.
You
they
pick
can't
the
pick
highest
both.
one,
If it
or
does,
the lowest one. If you
Sorry, go ahead.
you pick the average calibrated one, that means you would inherently also be okay with the specific calibrated one. So you just combine those two percentages together. We're seeing how low people are willing to go on this.
To go. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you have an opinion poll with one extremely obvious choice, it
Chat
loses
says debate
its
the options for
efficacy.
another 20 minutes.
Dude,
But
just
no,
leave
but
it
like-
in. Just leave it in. and
I'll leave it
publish.
in, but I just want to note, like, this is actually a thing that people doing opinion polls have to select for and prevent, because they're
Mhm.
trying to get actionable data. And
Mhm.
as soon as you have a situation where one option is so overwhelmingly obvious, it makes it so that you can't actually find any utility in the other options.
We'll see.
Soma Funk saying Arsha Margo recently did sound demos for DAX, downloaded file, worked well. Again, the problem is that it masks most of the things that are going to potentially cause a DAC to sound different. You're recording it on an ADC. He did use a good one, but still, there's no compression issue, but you are then still playing it back through another DAC. Like, there's a lot of masking steps going on, which limits the efficacy of the test.
Okay, here's a question. Guys, can sound demos do more than FR? Do well-calibrated sound demos give impressions of soundstage imaging, punch dynamics, so technicalities?
They might be able to do it for
concept?
occlusion and like
So, well, the
isolation.
This is actually a point that we didn't get to, and I think it's relevant. So we talk about, when we're talking about measurements, that, hey, we have this wonderful resource of like what people like when it comes to fairly coarse-grained information, but we don't necessarily know what this is for the fine-grained stuff. And when you're doing a sound demo, depending on the calibration, it could affect that in a meaningful way. But I will say, things like Soundstage are absolutely something you can represent in a sound demo.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Every subjective element of the experience of a headphone's frequency response is captured in a sound demo.
So
If
it's
done
priming,
perfectly.
all the
If
priming
it's done
effects.
perfectly.
Yeah, all the
there
priming
can
effects
be
of like
other
an open-
effects which are adding noise, but
Mhm.
you are tautologically capturing the factors of sound which give experiential factors. And that's something that you really cannot convey to someone with data. Like, I would find a well done sound demo to be something I would use, even as someone who is, I think, probably about as conversant with the data as you can get.
Yeah, but what if your
none of
headphone
us
is
are against the idea of properly done sound demos?
Well, but
I think
the thing is the question of whether it's better to just leave people in the desert or give them water with paracetamol and see if they poison themselves.
I don't think that's the only option. I really don't. I think there's a difficult path, maybe a more difficult path. I mean, obviously more difficult path available to them that leads them to an oasis. And we're saying,
okay, but
you
the
could
thing
go
is,
there,
we
or
know,
you could drink the paracetamol water and potentially poison yourself.
We know for a fact that 95% and probably 99% are not going to the oasis. Do we drop the paracetamol water?
I actually think that the paracetamol water will prevent people who otherwise would go to the oasis.
Yeah, but I think it will save more people.
I think it'll kill more people.
It will kill more people, but more people would die at the net if you don't drop the paracetamol contaminated water.
I think we should do spicy hour.
All right, let's move on.
There were some excellent spicy takes in chat up to now.
The poll results are in here. Number one is All sound
All
demos
sound
are bad
demos are bad.
with 44%. So suck it. Number 2, and we have to remember
Chad
that
is
there was
often
a
wrong. Okay.
yeah. Well, yeah. So is Blaine. Number 2 is playback equipment calibrated fine, which is the correct take, which is 31%. Average calibrated is number 3 with 17%. And so that's really the one that I think, Blaine, you and Griffin are arguing, and that's the paracetamol water, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't actually say it's fine. Like, it's bad. It's just less bad than the alternative of not doing it.
I would say
Oh,
we
okay,
should try
right.
Right, so
it to
permissible,
figure
let's
out
just
where
say.
the bounds of okay
No,
actually
No,
are.
you guys would say not even just permissible. You would say something that you guys would advocate for doing it. Average average equipment calibrated is something you would sound demos are something you would advocate for.
I would need to compound the bounds of, or I would need to compare the bounds of usefulness of that exercise versus the bounds of usefulness in FR.
So for you, Griffin, and this is relevant, it kind of hinges on the tolerance of the compromise.
Well, yeah, it's
Okay,
for
so
anything
Chad
like
is
this, you need to
saying
gauge the
Cameron,
usefulness.
guys, Chad is saying Cameron, blink twice if you need help. I think that we should follow Chad.
All right.
I was just going to say that according to this poll, 7% of people are just completely wrong. So
yes,
7% of people are like,
true.
swamp. I want all swamp.
yeah, I just want to drink the swamp water,
which is quite funny. Yeah. All right, let's move on. I'm gonna. The next bit here is. Do we have anything else for Fight Club? I think we've exhausted Fight Club, right?
So there was one for Fight Club, but it's something we talk about all the time, so I don't want to talk about it.
We can move that.
Are there any headphones we want to fight about?
We did already a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I think a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Why is this?
Give us your spicy takes.
Good tuning, but bad technicality.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about that we talk about all the time.
Oh man, we do talk about it all the time, but I love this topic because it is.
Yeah,
such
I know.
a
That's why we talk about it all the time.
Dry.
But I didn't put this here. This was you guys.
Yeah,
so.
no, that was me. But
okay.
We don't need to talk about it. It's fine.
Okay. All right, let's
go
move
to
on.
The spicy hour. We've been at this for 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh my god!
You're the
really?
one. I'm the one who didn't sleep last night, and you're the one who always calls us weak for not being able to have your stamina with live streams.
Oh, I can keep going. I'm just sort of watching Cameron slowly melt. I mean, it's late there. Right?
It's more just I think we've exhausted the paracetamol water argument.
I do like this analogy.
Right,
I want to use this more often though. Like
I want
poisoning
to
yourself.
argue more about the paracetamol water, actually, but I am
No.
not in respect for you.
The chat has weighed in. we are
Spicy hour time.
But you are right, Griffin. Chat is often wrong on some of these things, and now is the time for some of those wrong takes to be expressed. So please hit us with all of your spicy takes, your opinions that you would like to get out, and if you have takes that you think are good takes, what is it? We put the ice cube.
Dong says, "Shot Olive released us from this perpetual cycle with a new paper."
Oh no, that's
because
we
like,
wait, that's definitely bingo for somebody. Sean Olive and Blaine cites a paper is the
but I did actually cite a paper earlier. I was citing.
All right.
So, but no, it's just like I love
gotten
that
double
we're
bingo,
so formulaic that the only thing that can disrupt us always being the same is a new paper.
Or if we find out that an existing paper is wrong.
Okay,
Which
there's
is,
a spicy take with no peppers on it, and I want to get your opinion.
Okay, yes, please.
Mayonnaise should be banned on burgers.
No, this is wrong because mayonnaise should just be banned.
What?
No, I'm fine. Mayonnaise is good.
Mayonnaise is good.
I don't know about on burgers. I prefer other things on burgers.
I would amend the take to
chicken.
Mayonnaise should
I guess
be
you call
used
it
as a
chicken
cooking
sandwich.
fat more than as a sauce.
Well, you can't. I mean, a chicken sandwich with mayonnaise is fine.
Yeah, chicken sandwich with mayonnaise is good.
Yeah, needs to be spicy, but yeah.
Can we get a poll on whether or not mayonnaise should be banned in chat?
We can do this.
Mayo is good when you're out of cheese.
No. Specifically,
what?
I agree with Blaine on this. Should mayo be banned?
I found one of the 7%ers.
That is an antichrist voter right there.
Okay. We should probably be more specific. Give us some spicy takes related to audio, not burgers.
But it's a good, I don't mind it. All right, here we go. Sound demos. This is from Rob. Sound demos are relatively rare on YouTube audio channels because they are blank.
Are they rare?
I love Rob.
I don't think they're that rare. I think the only reason that they're rare in the state that they are is just because people don't typically have a rig to do it on.
I think it's common, yeah.
I think Rob is just
a number of people doing it. Oh, okay.
Well, he's making it a fucking Mad Libs. We have to fill in our own word.
Fill in our own word to make it spicy.
Yeah, but I disagree with the premise. Although it might be within this particular, like, the space of the brainworms reviewers, right? Like we all have the parasite, and we're not doing sound demos typically, but there are so many channels out there that are more consumer focused, I would say, that do this.
Okay.
Do we know?
I was going to make
sound demos.
I was going to make a Baldur's Gate reference.
Someone with a weeb name says audiophiles should be forced to receive 3 to 4 years of education in physics with a focus on sound waves and electromagnetism, and then music and mastering.
And against their will, specifically.
So this is a bad take.
That is a terrible take.
All right.
Can I say I just like listening to music, guys.
Danger Zone says Zeus had some sound demos which demonstrated Soundstage. That's why sound demos are useful. So I actually think that Soundstage is a fairly easy one to do a sound demo on, and to demonstrate the effect that causes it primarily. Not to say that that's the only thing, because like there could be other psychoacoustic priming things that or like the openness of a headphone, right, that is influencing a person's sort of report of that. But I do think that is a good case for it, is to demonstrate like, hey, if you change this in the frequency response, it causes this effect, even if people are using, headphones that are not the playback equipment that the thing's calibrated for specifically.
Spicy take: HD 600 is too overrated and shouldn't be revered as the one true god of timbre. So there are really two takes there, which is that it's overrated and that it shouldn't be revered as the god king of timbre, or whatever they said.
Is it revered as?
I think that those are like successive in a sense. Like one is the extreme form, one is the weak form.
Yes. I would not say it is too overrated. I would say it is perhaps mildly overrated, but not.
Is there a quantity of overrated which is not too?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just like one of the only headphones that I think like has a decent mid-range and a decent.
No, like that. You're saying build. That and that whole series, right? Like 600, 6XX, 650.
Yeah. It's less that it's overrated and more that everything else is overrated.
That's so depressing.
Well, do you get what I mean, though?
Yeah,
right?
I do.
It's not about them all being good. It's about what is actually decent and what is actually not decent. And the HD 600 is a decent headphone.
Everything else is indecent.
I would say most other things are indecent.
Yeah, so it gets celebrated for being decent. And in that context of everything else being indecent,
people, it's hard to get excited about.
Yeah.
Which I get. Especially when you're like Ram, who asked this question and is, as far as I'm aware, on the brighter side as far as their preference.
All right. Should Mayo be banned outright? No is winning with 75%. Yes is winning with 75%.
Proud of you for that one, chat.
All right.
That's a good one.
I agree.
Chat has decided, so 1 in 4 people would ban mayonnaise, which means that I live in a world where 3/4 of people disagree with
we
my
already
basic
know
values.
That your tastes in general are not congruent with the norm. Your perspectives probably also on mayonnaise and other things probably also are not congruent with the norm. Like I'm sure there's a Sean Olive equivalent slide for food preferences where you would also fit in the class 3 listener.
I actually have a question.
Class 3 eater? I don't know.
And it's based on something that Jamie, friend of the channel, said. He said, waiting for the future when everyone has Neuralink to directly pump sound into your head for an accurate sound demo before you buy your headphones. This kind of makes me think of just like the very idea of Neuralink being pumped into your brain.
I mean,
as far as I understand it. What's up?
That would be worse.
So, right? Because it wouldn't have any of the anatomical factors that your brain expects to actually contribute to the sound of the audio. So, like, we have no
IM
guarantee
problem.
that it would be better than having to do any of the stuff we're doing now. In fact, as Blaine said, I would gather it would actually be worse, at least at first.
I would hope we have an easy way to evaluate your own HRTF before we actually have Neuralink at that level, though, to be honest.
Well, I
But,
mean, we already have cochlear implants. Like, it's not
Yeah.
that far beyond the pale. Although cochlear implants sound really bad.
So, Griffin, could you? Why? I don't fully understand the concept of what the suggestion is here, but is there a reason that JM1 or a generic HRTF couldn't be used?
Well, it
I
could be
mean-
used, but it will be worse than if it was yours.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true, but I'm just saying to make it not terrible, right?
Isn't this just our argument that we spent an hour on, but it's been turned around because someone used Neuralink?
No, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just curious if that would be a path to solving some of these. Similarly,
I mean,
to,
yes, but like I imagine at first the people publishing music at Neuralink won't even know about that. And they'll just like
that's definitely true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So XY says, Pepper, because of how widely the perceived sounds of IEMs vary, all IEM recommendations are close to worthless. Maybe a little extreme, but I actually think this is a good take.
I agree.
It's
I
not
agree.
far off. Certainly much more applicable than with headphones. And you should
'Cause,
go and
like,
watch
I can say-
Why IEMs Are Objectively Bad video by
Yeah.
Mr. Result.
And even that, right? Like I can say, hey, this population average based response target is better, and these IEMs that follow it are or get close to it are better. Even if that's true, that doesn't mean that that's where you fall, right? You could be the kind of person whose ear effects impart significantly more energy, and that's what your brain would expect, and so this would be actually worse for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I like that take mostly.
I like that take a lot because people need to learn that smooth on graph is not smooth in your brain.
Yeah.
Unless your
Burn,
brain is smooth.
then you're a smooth brain genius.
I vie for this every day.
Cello says, or is it cello or cello? Says burn
It's
all.
cello.
Okay. Burn all your audio equipment, go outside, enjoy nature, and start a new beginning as a better person. Is that supposed to be like an Ice Cube take?
It's a good
I mean,
take.
that's a pretty good take.
Yeah.
Yes.
That actually answers one of the other questions topics that we were going to talk about today.
But we decided not to.
We decided not
because
to.
we're all cynics.
Yeah. The choice of headphone doesn't matter for competitiveness in gaming because with practice you can learn to pick up spatial cues equally well regardless. I don't know that I would say that that's a spicy take. I think that's a pretty reasonable one. But there are probably... Sorry, go ahead, Blaine.
Like, there's a reductio ad absurdum here where you're like, what if it's a flare reference R1 that has like nothing below 100 hertz and nothing above 1K? Well, what do you call it?
No, I would. I think that's accurate. I just mean for much to listeners' chagrin because it made him unhappy.
Sorry, I was reading chat. What were you saying?
Is listener just xenophobic? He gets unhappy whenever I use foreign words.
I'm Blainophobic.
I mean, it's not really that. Okay, never mind. Does anybody have any other audio
Cables
files?
and DACs can expand the soundstage, and this can also be proven with sound demos. Cables certainly cannot. DACs could potentially impact some things which could impact spatial presentations. There are some examples of ones with quite drastic crosstalk or reconstruction filters that just straight up attenuate treble in the audible band and could therefore have an effect. In terms of showing it with sound demos, with cables, definitely no. With DACs, usually no, other than, again, probably extreme differences in reconstruction filters and anything else. No.
Smog said, audio equipment should aim to have a flat response. Coloring should be done with an EQ and not involuntarily in equipment.
Do they mean...
Let's beat them up.
Hold on, did they mean like flat as in like, like no ear gain flat like that? Or do they mean like...
Well, no, here's the problem. There is no flat.
So yeah. So like I was going to say, like, there's no way of like, how would you determine that? Yeah.
Yes, ideally everything has the correct timbre.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to know that? We're not oracles.
How's the
Oh my-
manufacturer supposed to select specifically for you?
That'd be great.
Dude, that's what custom IMs should be.
Yes.
I,
Yeah.
I want to take the
Yeah.
name custom IM away from the ones who do custom molded, and instead they like tune it based on like a profile of your HRTF and hearing.
Speaking of
Yeah.
which,
The thing is that so that does exist. No one does it except for people who want like a custom fit IEM too.
well, hold on.
And-
Final audio.
Final audio.
Right. No. But we're not talking about like some sort of automatic HRTF process. We're talking about someone knowing their preferences well enough to be like,
Oh,
to communicate to a manufacturer and be like, hey, this is exactly what I want. And I know I will like it. So please make this for me. I will pay X amount of money. No one does that. Or very few people do that. And the reason is because people don't actually know their preferences all that
they
well.
really don't. Yeah.
Especially with IEMs where there are so many confounding factors.
I would say the general spirit of that take, if you sort of like go wide enough on it, is something that is not unreasonable. Like as opposed, like let's take the inverse, right? That presumably the harmonic dyne Eris. I don't know if anybody is going to think that that's neutral or flat. I can't imagine that that's something that people would consider flat. The odd
7% of people,
maybe 7%. Yeah, but you get the point, right? Like if you go wide enough on that topic, it's not an unreasonable concept that
Sure.
we should aim for something that is neutral, even if neutral is ill-defined, right? No,
actually, sorry, I saw another chat in another take in chat that's like that actually ties into a potential topic of the week. But
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay, let's read it,
So-
and then we can.
brands need to stop collabing with reviewers willy-nilly, semicolon. Some reviewers shouldn't be allowed to have collabs at all. So
I don't think you needed to say the semicolon. You could have just done a pause.
yes, I'm aware.
It's more fun this way, though.
It's way more fun to say the semicolon though. So my take on this is that they can collab with whoever is going to make them more money. But what's convenient about that is if there are reviewers you don't like, you get to just completely put that brand aside from your future consideration. Like there's one collab that I'm not going to name that came out recently from someone who I thoroughly
the Da
believe is
Vinci.
like a pox on audio. No, not Da Vinci.
Oh, the GoldenSound edition, right?
No,
Oh, yeah,
that's another good
God. You guys are
I have heard that guy
We're
has been
friends!
spreading slanderous lies about DCS.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
competing brand.
no.
It's 4D
but, like,
chess.
if a
I slandered
company-
the bar top like 4 years in advance just so I could promote this later.
You had a 4-year plan,
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
I'd
you're
like
one-up-
to think that you do
one-upping
think
Stalin.
that much ahead of time. That would be one
Anyway,
downing Stalin. That was 5 years.
if a company
I said he won up.
if a
Stalin.
company
He made a 4-year
collaborates
plan.
with someone you know to be a pox on audio, like one of the worst people in the space, you know that you can just this brand, one, did not do their due diligence, two, does not actually care about the quality of the product, and three, the thing probably isn't going to be supported very long because this reviewer's preferences are very inconsistent and they'll probably want another collab very soon.
Well, this is unhelpful because it depends on who you think is a pox on audio.
Well, I'll tell you later.
Me.
but basically, well, it's not even
Me.
about that. It's more so about you get to see how much the brand actually cares about selecting for their products being good or not. And in my opinion,
wanna
it's
be-
actually useful to see that because now I know this brand I will never
Yeah,
even
yeah.
talk about, let alone buy from.
I mean, that's reasonable. I think it's okay to be less diplomatic and say. Who it
Oh,
is.
you want me to say the name?
Sure.
Well, but when a listener just said, listener will never talk about this brand. Weren't you listening?
No, I mean the person, not the brand.
I am
Just
very
wait a
curious.
year, evaluate every brand I think I talked about, and then just take the one I didn't talk about. That's
Okay.
the one.
Well, because if it's like KZ, I mean, you could say KZ.
No,
I
it's not
don't
KZ.
think- Okay.
No. Does Casey even
thought-
do collabs anymore?
Yeah, they do. Oh, I don't know. if
Well,
do
I think
anymore,
they
used
stopped
to.
after the CRN, didn't they?
Yes. Or maybe other people wanted to stop doing it with them. I don't know.
All right. It's a good topic. Maybe we should add that to next week's discussion, but just like, the ethics
Should
of
we
collabs in
cancel?
general.
Should we cancel reviewers? Is that the thing?
I mean,
we're
that should have been done a
adding?
long time ago. I mean, that's
We should
Well, no, I
absolutely
meant, is that
cancel
a
reviewers.
topic?
I'm so down for canceling reviewers.
Oh, okay.
Listen,
Yeah,
we gotta wait for a little bit before we can do another cancellation. You've got to
Okay,
have
my
like
first
an even
cancellation is going to be
stream.
this guy named Lane Blacrosse.
Do not turn my name into Lane. Like the bastardization of my name is
Ooh, sorry.
clearly Blake.
You know
People have been calling me Blake since I was fucking 4. So I was like, Blaine, no, not Blake, Blaine.
Blaine is a good name. It's close to Blaze, and then that has a nice historical, significance.
Fun fact, my mother wanted to name me Blaze after Blaise Pascal.
She should have.
My father vetoed.
Oh.
My mother vetoed Dirk, so I guess it sort of
Oh,
balanced
yeah.
out.
That's
Thank
Jesus.
God for your mother.
Yeah. she had good instincts.
She did.
Or does, I assume.
For now.
Yeah, so I think we next week add the topic of reviewer collabs to the general discussion. We can talk about it.
Didn't we already do this bit?
Did we?
We have.
I remember being
collabs a little bit before, but I can't remember.
Well, we did the whole
dedicated
where I was like,
topic on
reviewer
it.
collabs are a good thing because they're a way for reviewers to milk brands for money and they don't actually like harm consumers.
Right. So we did talk about that, but I think maybe there's a bigger thing about just like collabs generally, not just with reviewers, or just like the whole discussion around collabs. If you guys want to do that, well, we don't have to.
Yeah,
it's
I
just,
think it'd be a good topic.
I have thinky thoughts on it too. I don't know if I ever got those out. That's why.
You and your thinky thoughts.
I have thinky thoughts sometimes.
Someone in chat thinks that you're canceling Joshua Valer.
No, I'm not.
What? No,
Does Josh even have a collab?
it's not. No, it's yeah. With the cables, his video on cables was fucking hilarious.
Oh, that was great.
Great.
That was such a good video.
All right. Any other spicy takes?
You're not gonna guess it. It's fine.
You need more spice.
Oh, I saw one. I've lost my place now. Basically, the idea was that headphones should come with cheap but ergonomic cables, not the crazy ones like what you get with the tungsten and the Viking Wave cable.
Okay, I've got a couple thoughts on that. One is that I would ideally like the cable to be sort of as low cost as possible, because if you really care about it, you can just replace it anyway. And a lot of headphones, even quite expensive ones, have terrible stock cables. And I really wish that would change. I don't think the tungsten example is a particularly good one, just because the margins on that product overall are so much lower than like...
Oh, I see what you're
saying.
saying.
I won't name any brands, but what I'm saying is the fact that that's got a nice cable is not really costing you more, or rather, it's costing you some in that they've got to pay for it. But it's, if the manufacturer is willing to sacrifice some margin and have a nicer cable, then that's fine. I would much rather that than just they charge $6,000 for it and still have a terrible cable.
Yeah,
like if it's
yeah.
Verum to I'm just
you could always get a Listen More cable. I hear they're decent.
Yeah, they're okay. We keep getting people who ask on the site, like, what's the purity of the copper? And like, I'm the guy who had to deal with the sourcing there, and I'm like, we do not certify the purity of the copper. And then they just come back the next day and they're like, what's the purity of the copper? Someone was harassing poor April about that for like 3 days.
Man.
Jesus.
So did you ever find out?
Well, no, because we're not certifying a purity of the copper.
I know, I'm messing with
you. Fuck you.
Okay, good take. Good take, no peppers. So it might be a spicy take, but I don't know. All Squig sites should be forced to switch to a default 30 dB Y scale. Graphs are almost unreadable at the Y scale originally used in Crinical's graph tool, and almost no one knows you can even change it.
And I will expand this take. We need to massively improve the readability of the labeling on the axes for our graphs. It's bad. It's just way too.
Anyway. Yes, you are correct. However, in terms of sins of visual implementation,
what would you do for that for the Y scale?
For hours?
No, just in. Are you saying in general the
I'm saying
community?
Squiglink is guilty of far more
Okay, I
sins
gotcha.
just because of being built off of Crin's original set of preferences for how we visualize things.
Gotcha.
Like the amount of times I see someone say two things measure almost identically or identically when they do not at all. It's very often due to the scaling being compressed, but also due to, well, them not being compensated to an HRT.
I would say I don't want to. Sorry, Cameron has a thing as well. I this is maybe throwing a bit of shade at Crin, but I don't know if the problem is more that it makes headphones look better than they are, or if it's that it makes it difficult to read. And I don't. I mean,
Well,
this is a bit of column A, bit of column B, right? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Cameron. You had a thing.
Mixing both is good.
Yeah.
I was going to say that I think so. This might be even more important with speaker measurements, because a lot of speaker measurements that I see are scaled so that people will say that, oh, look, it's completely flat. But actually, if you scale it out a bit, there's sometimes like several dB of difference, and it's nothing close to flat. But because you're trying to show the sort of roll off at the sub bass and stuff, it makes it look really flat, even though it's not.
I don't know.
I was just going to say,
I only watch Aaron for speaker content, so I don't.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of think CEA, like the CEA 2034 standard, may actually be a bit of a large window, like relative to the magnitude variations we know matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about 30 dB though. 30 dB is pretty tight unless we always subtract an HRTF, because like ear gain is like 15 dB.
Yes. So that would be prerequisite one. Also, it would, at least in my opinion, need to be IEMs only, because generally the way that they're measured don't have as high Q of or large magnitude of deviations in the treble. Whereas with over-ear headphones, you can get particularly dips that exceed that range fairly easily, especially after you've compensated to diffuse field. So IEMs, yes, headphones might need to be a little bit larger just to accommodate the full range of like all the actual measurement that's there.
I have a really enjoyable take here, which is Blaine needs to be a weeb.
Okay.
I just don't enjoy Japanimation that much.
Your desire is satisfied.
Crunchyroll subscription on the company card.
Wait, is Blaine a weeb?
Blaine is absolutely a weeb.
I have watched very little anime, all of it with my ex.
I do not get weeb vibes from Blaine.
No,
personally.
Is your weeb radar that good though?
No, it's awful.
Well, no.
Don't trust what I have to say on it. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
On the topic of weeb stuff, though, I've got to say I don't know what the hell it's from, but there's a video which is like a 2-minute thing from some anime of a guy going through an audiophile journey, and anyone who's not seen that should go and watch that. What is it? Hang on, I've got a link to it somewhere.
That is the second weirdest audio-related Japanese thing I know about.
The second.
What's the first?
First weirdest is the fucking T50RP manga.
Oh,
I love that.
Speaking of Japanese audio, I am getting sent the result of the final audio.
Finally!
Thing, the HRTF.
Ha.
Yeah.
Ha.
I'm excited for that, because now the problem is that I asked them about this. I asked them what's sort of the condition that you guys were using for this, because they did the ear scan. They presumably did the HRTF.
Hold on, we have an important comment in chat.
Sure.
There is a Meze 99 Neo hentai.
You thought that was an important thing?
I think it's important.
Cursed is maybe a better word to describe.
I mean, it's important.
What's great
it's like
is
9/11.
I can delete this message, so it just looks like Blaine brought it up on
you know what he's googling afterwards. But yeah, so they're going to send me that. I think the question with the final audio HRTF calibrated IEM is to do with what they're actually going for, if it's DF or not, right? I assume it would be, given the presentation that they gave at Munich High End, because
you didn't talk to them at all after the presentation, did you?
I did. But they're citing, he was citing Gunter Thiel's work.
No, I know, but I assume they measure on a 4128.
Based.
Wouldn't
You
surprise
know.
me. Would not surprise me.
Yeah.
Based.
Well, I mean, in this
you
case,
didn't
it
say
was
anything about 7-Eleven couplers, did you?
no. But so the thing is, in this case, I mean, this is an IEM that is essentially flat, and
Right.
they have taken my ear scan and basically created they call it a digital twin, and they created an ear or an HRTF profile for me. But what I wanted to know was like, what did you apply essentially?
Yes.
Right. And unfortunately the answer I got was, I don't know. So they applied something. I assume it's DF given that they cited Gunter Thiel, but it's not clear to me what's actually.
Are you able to potentially extrapolate it by just measuring the IEM with it on versus off?
I'll try. I'm gonna on the what?
Like measure it, put the IEM in, don't move it, measure it with the feature turned on and with the feature turned off, and just work out the difference.
Well, with the feature turned off, it's flat. Right? It's the
what?
It's the something. I don't remember the actual name of the product. I'm sorry. The listener maybe knows.
ZE8000.
Yes.
I think
yes.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. So with the feature
that's what I
turned
mean.
off. Oh, you're saying
work
to
out what they
calculate the result.
applied.
Yeah. You can do that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed to be my HRTF.
No,
right? Like I assume
you
it
can at
is.
least see what the difference is. From
I can,
stock.
I can work out what they applied. I just don't know if it's correct, I suppose, is the question. Yeah. So I'm interested in that. I'll measure it and I'll try and find out. Sorry, Blaine is chortling away at something.
Oh, Joel showed up and said, "What did I miss?" And MTL responded, 25% of people here want to ban mayonnaise.
I mean, that is the most relevant thing. That is the most.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
Shouts out to Maya.
Shouts out to Maya.
See, Joel's on my side.
Oh, I know he is. Well, he can be persuaded to be on your side. Yeah.
Well, no. He says that mayonnaise should be banned.
Oh, in that case. Oh man.
Joel,
how do I ban another
No.
moderator in the chat?
Joel, have you ever used mayonnaise as a cooking fat? Be honest with me.
Okay. Let's continue here. Let's go for another. I don't know how long you guys want to go.
I think we're running out of spicy takes.
We are, yeah. Phone speakers sound
It's not
better
us
than
that are running out. Chad is running out.
I'm assuming that's a troll.
Yeah.
Or he's quoting from a particular troll that we are.
Okay, Joel, you should try it. Even just like on a piece of toast or something, like just try mayonnaise as a cooking fat. I swear to you, it's worth
Make
trying.
a grilled cheese with mayonnaise on the outside when you cook it. It's good.
No, it's great. It's great, Blaine. Like,
you
would love it.
Please clip Blaine doing that.
The amount of
on
the last stream we did, the amount of screenshots that Andrew sent me of just Blaine making weird faces was like was around 5, which is a lot.
Genuine joy at the idea of, I think it was another Darko post or something like that, and just the idea that hey, we get to.
It was that face. It
was that face. Yeah, it's the purest form of joy. I mean, there's an element of like the upcoming Schadenfreude or something. I don't know, but it's the purest form of joy.
Joel, Blaine did get a haircut.
Oh, here we go. Verum 2 is endgame. Oh no, we're not talking about that, are we?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
I'm putting that
None of us have heard it, so even if we were talking about it, we couldn't talk about it.
I'm just going to say,
don't put them in a timeout. I'm just going to remove the thing.
Yeah.
And for anybody who, we.
I told Bitter Buffalo to bring this take back. He said this during the Soundstage discussion. I was like, you got to bring that shit back for Spicy Hour. That's a grade A spicy take.
Sorry, what? Oh, yeah.
Do you want to read it, Blaine?
Yes, please.
Bitter Buffalo says, won't be a popular opinion, but KSC 75 has the best stage outside of speakers due to the minimal rear damping, no cup reflections, and no phase cancellations.
So this would imply that good soundstage is minimal rear damping, no cup reflections, and no phase cancellations. Satisfy those three things.
The KSC 75 is like the pinnacle of soundstage, which I mean, honestly, I'm willing to say that.
I am also willing to say that just because it is so open in the front and rear.
No, but like basically the contention is that it's those three things that would contribute to the soundstage effect, and I would say it's probably
None of those are true.
Yeah.
But I love that take. Like, I love just coming out swinging with that. We need more people bringing that sort of heat.
It's an S tier spicy take.
Mayonnaise expands the soundstage from Stephen McTalley.
Now, how are you using the mayonnaise, though? Are you eating it, or are you slathering on your body? Or are you putting it on the
Svara Unveiled allows you to more directly apply your mayonnaise.
You apply it evenly to the driver. And
Exactly.
and you get more soundstage. That's what we learned.
Okay, Ben Levin says IEMs offer better channel separation than a pair of speakers. That's true.
That's true.
Is that desirable? Like, music is made on stereo pairs.
Cello, we don't talk about that brand here. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because racism is not cool. All right.
If you blame things on, well, all sorts of, if you spew abhorrent racist stuff repeatedly and threaten to send anthrax to reviewers,
you don't.
All right, I'm gonna go to bat on the anthrax thing. That one was clearly a joke. What's not a joke and is also surreal is responding to a customer asking why their shipment is late by being racist and blaming it on the USPS having black people in it, which was really just one of the most shocking emails I've ever read.
Yeah. So
and then just repeatedly lying when called out about it, saying that it was an
perennially.
intern.
Yeah, or hoping unhappy customers get cancer, or
let's just say that it's not a person that we're willing to.
Some people just don't get to participate. That's kind of how.
Yeah,
I mean, it's in society generally.
What was
That
that?
seems
Weird
sort of like dark humor
headphone?
is like food. Not everyone gets it. Kind of a take.
What was that weird Sony headphone
Jesus
with
Christ,
open
that's
cups
dark.
from years ago? I assume he's talking about MDR-F1.
Sorry, I missed the.
Yeah,
What was
or the MA900.
Oh.
The MA900 is like an MDR-F1 that sucks less.
So this person says, "My main." Sorry, did we answer that? I didn't. I wouldn't know.
Which one?
Did you guys say? What
Ben, you must understand that we're talking about someone who has said some profoundly bigoted things.
Yeah. So this person says my main thing is Soundstage, or my main thing is Soundstage. That's why I have the HE1000 SE, and that is inherently the thing that we're saying probably isn't worth. I can't remember what the poll results were, but probably isn't worth chasing because it comes at a cost. But at the end of the day, if that's what you care about, it's fine, right? Like, you know, you like what you like at the end of the day, right?
Soundstage equals mayo.
No, mayo's so much better.
Mayonnaise
Mayo's
should
real.
be replaced
Mayo
with
is real.
olive oil in all cooking from Danger Zone.
No.
I'm not sure I'd consider them perfect substitutes, but I'm intrigued by your thoughts.
Put olive oil on your chicken sandwich and see how that goes.
It probably wouldn't be very good.
I don't know. I think it could go hard.
Okay, Capra says, if you're looking for Soundstage in a headphone, you don't know what you're looking for. IMO.
So
I disagree.
I don't necessarily agree with that. However, I think it speaks to what I was saying earlier, where it's like the people who are looking for Soundstage are, as a majority, the people who haven't actually heard the differences in Soundstage between headphones because they haven't demoed a lot of headphones. Like if that's like super high on your list, you're either
I don't know
one of the people that knows you really like that, or you're just listening to the tech tubers. And I think most people fall into the second category.
But I think there's people like Timothy here who basically, like, they are overwhelmingly persuaded.
Olive oil.
I mean, that was the most obvious thing. I mean, come on.
I just like it.
As a registered Shonaboo, that is already playing in my head when someone's talked about olive oil. Even if, you know, I'm cooking with olive oil, I immediately think of Sean Olive Oil. But no, like what I was saying is that there are people like Timothy who they're only compelled or uniquely compelled as far as a musical experience or auditory experience is concerned by the spaciousness effect, by the illusory effect of that. And as much as I think, no, obviously I'm not interested. It does nothing for me. It's not something worth chasing. I think it's fine if that's what people find compelling, right? No issues there. It's like
Yeah,
saying
so
it's like the people who are only into massive bass, right? It's like, all right, that's not what I'm looking for, but it's fine if they are.
MTL saying
I don't know.
Pudge should make
I thought
headphones
that
out of
until I
mayonnaise.
looked
Don't
at
give him
the
ideas because he'll actually do that.
I thought the same thing about people who like massive bass, but then I looked at some of the results from the segmentation paper, and now I kind of feel like we should euthanize class 2 listeners.
Wait, hold on. Didn't Sean recently find an additional
That there's a class
that's
that likes even more bass?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's Taryn.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I really like something that Jamie just wrote, which is, I found that my perception of Soundstage changed with experience and even beliefs about headphones. I used to feel that HG600 had wide Soundstage, then I didn't, and now it isn't really a big factor.
This is what I was talking about with that sort of trajectory, right? About like how
Yeah.
people, when they first start, there are things that are immediately compelling that over time they realize are not the things that they are most infatuated by with the sound of a given thing, right? Or new products that they get to experience. Their search changes as they go along the journey.
Yes.
I
should.
wouldn't say that I found it to like change in my actual perception of it. I'm sort of
no, not perception, what you care about.
No, but he's saying here that he's actually had a change in perception of how much Soundstage.
Yeah,
that
I mean that's
headphone
fair.
had.
Yeah,
I remember that.
When I was earlier on in my journey, Soundstage was like the thing that I would look for.
Same.
And again, I think a lot of it comes down to kind of that being the most sort of party trick effect. Whereas now, obviously, I've tried quite a lot of stuff, and I like to think I've got quite a good understanding of how everything works. It's still an important factor for me, less so than it was. But I do find that headphones, which are very limited in that aspect, I am less of a fan of just because I find it restrictive. But like when I go and demo a headphone, the Soundstage is no longer just the primary thing that I'm listening for. It is still something which for me is important though.
So I have a really interesting one because, to me at least, but the anecdote I've shared again on this stream of listening to the binaural recording of a headphone and hearing like a real spatial sound, that just like popped the bubble of Soundstage for me, and ever since then, everything sounds like it's in my head.
You know what though? I think
completely.
the same thing is true though for when you EQ. It completely, so like if you EQ something and you really dial it in, right, for your ear essentially, it kind of pops the bubble on the concept of technicalities. Like if you really dial that in, and suddenly it's like your experience is still good. Your experience is as good as it could be, let's say. But your identification of that changes.
Yeah.
What you're saying
I would obviously agree. But what'd you say?
Nothing.
Eggy Man Soundstage sucks for me. The center image is above my head.
Same.
Is that a psychoacoustic thing? Because they're
it's treble. What were you gonna say?
Well, yeah, I mean that's the centered audio is like a huge problem for HRTF stuff, because everything on this plane, like from the front of your head to the back, all of that localization is HRTF based, and thus top to bottom as well. And because of that, like you get reversal where people hear things as behind them. You get problems where things that are supposed to be behind them sound like they're in front or above or below.
Mm-hmm.
It's just such a crapshoot, and it's entirely down to like little tiny treble cues.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Bass heads.
Treble is a good answer to everything in this hobby, says Joel.
Yet another Joel W take. I mean,
you know what though?
You know what?
Okay, I have deep concerns though about general listener preference. I mean, that's a statement that we that means nothing. Okay, let me explain that. So like I have deep concerns about what people find compelling when they're auditioning products. And the reasoning is this probably happens more often than we would like to give credit for, but like if you can have something that's really bad in the treble or has like weird FR issues in the treble, but has the bass level that people want, and then that's what they respond to as the thing that they prefer, because because the bass is a more compelling thing to most people, right? Bass level is highly relevant for their general sort of like perception. Then maybe they, get deeper into the hobby and are, starting to, I don't know, get the brainworms, as it were, and start to realize, oh, there's some stuff in the treble that I don't like, and maybe their tastes even change as a result of some of this, perceptual learning that occurs. But I worry that, like, if we are, I mean, we obviously care about, listener preference quite a bit, because that's a thing that kind of guides, what a decent balance is for bass, mids, and treble. But I worry about how people, even people who go to like CanJams and stuff, right? Like, I'm saying this applies to like the audiophiles too. That like the more compelling things are not the things. The more compelling things on first blush are not necessarily the most compelling things ultimately, or they obscure the things at first blush. Obscure the best things about this hobby.
Party tricks can be quite misleading for short demos.
Yeah, and it's like, it's the fact is so deeply entrenched into so many aspects of this hobby, that it's very difficult to. I think I'm going to paraphrase Sean on Twitter again, as a registered Sean above. Accounting for other people's bad taste is really difficult. Is like one of the most deeply concerning things. It's like, yeah, it is.
Damn, that's a Sean take. That's a good take.
I'm paraphrasing it with something along those lines,
as is typical, but
yeah,
it's a really good take.
It's tricky at CanJams and stuff when you're demoing stuff, when the setups in some cases are a little misleading in themselves. Like, there's been a couple instances where manufacturers have only used binaural recordings to demo their headphones, which I would argue
really?
Yes.
Yeah, that happened recently.
That's pretty. Wait, really? That's pretty scandalous.
Where was that?
Like
Where
that?
was that they were doing that?
That is not fair.
That was
there was one in Munich, and then there's one that I don't know if I should say out or not, but does it regularly at CanJams.
The one at Munich, okay, to their credit though, they also had regular. The one at Munich had regular tracks as well.
Yeah, they had a lot of binaural stuff, but they had normal stuff, and also they were open about the fact that it was binaural.
Yeah.
The other one at CanJams, which I'll say privately, but I won't.
Someone's saying Spirit Chirino? Blink twice if it's yes.
They may or may not be using just binaural stuff a lot, and so it's like, you see people talking about the Soundstage on them, and then you try them with your own music, and it's like, oh,
but can you not bring your own music?
I mean, you can.
For some of them, you can, yeah.
I think that's,
to be fair, given the amount of trouble we get from like the DACs with hot plugging at shows, I can kind of see why people don't.
Yeah.
You'd be amazed how much time people at the booth spend just trying to get stupid boutique DACs that throw a hissy fit when you unplug them, plug them back in.
And like, my biggest pet peeve with all of this is so many of these places they'll have the A&K players or some sort of DAP that has the worst UI of all time. And it's super slow and it's very difficult to navigate through. And you're like, I just want my music to work so I can demo the product. So yeah, that needs to be improved.
Has anyone reviewed the Oribus Sierras yet? No, I don't think any of us have reviewed them. We've tried them at CanJams, but
I have tried them. I have tried them.
They're pretty good.
I just remember thinking that they were reasonably comfortable.
They are.
So I don't like the construction. I know that this is unpopular, but I really don't like the.
But isn't it an HD800S headband or something like that?
Well, that's the worst part of the HD800S.
Not the Everest. He's talking about the other one.
Yeah, this is the new one, the Sierra.
Oh,
it's like that kind of. I don't know if it's exactly that.
No, the Sierra is.
This is the one I construction. No, this is the one I saw. I mean, I don't mind how the pad works. I just don't like. I mean, I don't like using 3D printed parts for production products.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, I'm
like
with
it's
you
an unfortunate necessity, but
yeah, this is the HD800 headband, is it not?
Yes, and that's the worst part of that headphone.
Yeah, but I thought this was reasonably comfortable though when I tried it.
No, it looks like it would be comfortable. I never got to wear it. I will say I do want to hear it. I'm not sure I'm gonna love it. It looks a little bit too bassy and too trebly for me. But I will say it looks like an improvement over the last one.
Oh man, we have the best take of all time from Joel. The most comfortable headphone is speakers. Best sounding
I don't
headphone
agree.
is speakers.
I don't agree just because I don't want to have to sit in a sweet spot all the time.
You
I
don't
like being able to
necessarily.
move freely.
Also,
No, it depends.
nobody's
but
saying you should
generally
wear
speaking,
the
that's
speakers
true.
on your head.
Well,
No,
no, but
no.
his point is that you can move around with headphones in a way
Oh,
that you
okay,
really can't
yeah.
with speakers.
That is a good point.
And you can widen the sweet spot by having a center channel instead of relying on the farce that is the phantom center and etc. But you still are limited in how much you can really move.
Yeah. And with near field stuff like at a desk, that can become more of a challenge as well.
Yeah.
Which headphone would you say comes closest to a planar HD 600? It would be the Odyssey MM500, and it's not really that close, unfortunately.
Yep, I would agree.
I still
I
would say
mean-
it's not the same.
Well, yeah.
Like, what are we comparing it? Like, on what basis is it like a plane? Is it like the HD 600?
It has a reasonable mid-range tuning and not that much treble, and
Still
clamps too
kinda shouty,
much.
I mean, I don't know. Like, if I was going to say what's the most comparable, I'd probably say the Sundara.
I
Like,
was
they
also
aren't
gonna
the
say the
same
Sundara,
timbrely,
yeah.
but
No,
they're
I think they're
similarly
different.
priced.
Depends on what you define.
Similarly priced, yes.
And
Yeah.
honestly, they're both neutral-ish.
And the 600
similar
has more
PPRs.
treble than the MM500.
Jacqueline.
Well, the
float
MM500
walked
just
so
kind of
Rawl
sucks.
could run.
Listeners,
I don't
shambled.
necessarily agree. I don't
I
love
you
like
it,
the
but
MM500. Although I also hated the LCD5, and I don't know if that's like a hot take now.
no.
Oh, I hate the LCD5.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I actually like it. I just hate. Sorry, I do hate it because of its ergonomics
Yeah,
and
the
its
comfort is very
shoutiness.
bad.
But conceptually, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, MM500.
It's really hard for me to look
Fine
past
for me, just
ergonomics.
very recessed.
It's true.
in the
It really
treble,
is hard to look
even
past
for
the
me.
ergonomics.
Have any of you
Yes.
guys here tried the Jacqueline floats?
No.
No,
Are there any
I have
measurements
some.
of those anywhere?
There are no good measurements, sadly.
Right. Okay.
The problem with the Jacqueline floats is that all of the original ones are now decayed. Like they
Don't.
relied on their.
Well, I guess it depends on what you call good measurements that are comparable to other things. I was going to say, don't H&M have like blocked canal compensated Jacqueline float measurements or something like that?
That's true. So there is
I'd
actually
just be
data
curious
on
to see
floats.
the overall tuning of it.
It's weird.
Because
We'll
I've
give
heard
you a
some
hint.
people.
There's not a lot of bass.
I figured as much. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so,
We've
Jamie,
hit
pull up
the-
transfer.
We've hit the 4-hour mark.
Wait, MM500 doesn't
wow.
have enough trouble for listener. It has a dip in the like 4 to 6K region that's rather precipitous and makes the whole thing sound a little bit blurry and meh. Also makes the 3K
Yep.
peak a little bit more prominent.
I think we should probably cut it there, guys, and end the stream. We've hit our 4-hour cadence. And
Terrible.
Oh wait,
yeah.
we can't talk about the Jacqueline float FR.
if you want to, I don't.
I am curious to see it if
Okay.
you've got it.
Yeah, hold on. So
Is it in design
the-
criteria for headphones?
no, I was taking it from transfer characteristics of headphones measured on human ears.
Got it. Yeah, I always confuse those two.
That all-time classic. I mean, who hasn't read transfer characteristics of headphones measured on human ears?
I
I
have.
certainly have.
Oh, Blaine references
Plain
the paper.
sight paper, yeah.
There we go. Bingo.
All
so
right.
I'm trying
so
to find a ref. Oh, hey, there's one of the most preferred headphones from the Harman's research.
I'm
Has
just
a
gonna
reference.
ask
990s
one
in here?
question.
Yes.
Juanita,
Let's
did you demo the Amanis again? Did your impressions change from Munich? Yes, I
Ooh.
did, and no. I tried it on a couple
that's-
different sources, including the Viva Belva, which is the best I've heard it, and also fucking fantastic with things like the Sesvara. The issues I had with the headphone are issues with the headphone. It's not a source pairing.
and,
Wait,
and
is
that's
this-
really
You're talking about the Amanis?
Yes, the Amanis. And that, but the reason, like, people love that, right? Like, there are people who are very much.
And I
about
get why people do.
Wait,
I
can
just-
so
it's-
sorry. Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
I've been hearing about the Amanus, but now I'm realizing I know nothing about the headphone and how it actually sounds, because the people giving impressions about it are the people just using only audiophile terms and nothing substantive. Cameron, can you give me something substantive about
It
this
is
headphone?
a 3-ribbon setup in each driver, all of which are full range, but with different resonant frequencies.
That's cursed. Go on.
It
Well, no,
sounds
the
like
concept is. Oh, sorry.
it's got sort of a slightly. It's got quite a bit of upper treble, so you'd hate it. It sounds like it's got a fairly noticeable sort of 2 kilohertz dip, and somewhat noticeable sub bass roll off as well.
Okay.
To me, it was mostly just like a quite strange treble presentation overall.
Yes.
Like
Okay.
things.
The treble presentation is the bit that just didn't get along with me. And
Yeah.
again, I totally get why people enjoy it. I do not think that it's a bad headphone. I just disagree with the description that it is neutral. I don't feel that that's accurate. And I think that there's a lot of people that were hyping it up as the second coming of Christ, which was
tends to happen with any headphone at that price.
$10,000 headphone. Yeah. I'm fine with people people like people are going to like what they like, right? And if something was compelling about that experience for them, great. Then they're having a great experience, and I don't want to shit on that. Basically, what I'm saying is, for me, it's not the things that I'm looking for in my auditory experience, because it is the thing that is causing things in my music to jump out in ways that I do not prefer. Right. So I think other people are maybe either it works better for their HRTF, for example, which is totally fair, or they are enjoying that quality, that like, jumping out quality. The detail is coloration concept, right? That's what's persuasive about it for them. And yeah, it's just not what I'm looking for. So that's kind of that's my issue with it.
It's a good headphone. It's not bad. It's just that it's $9,000, and I don't think it lives up to the expectations of some of what people were hyping it up as. And I don't think that it's fair to describe it as particularly neutral.
Yeah, I've never encountered something anywhere near that price that actually lives up to the hype or value.
Oh, no. The pricing, like none of that.
Joel has also said, a quite strange treble presentation. Yes, headphones. Also fair.
It's another good take. What can I say?
Yeah, that's the most.
I just wanted to say, read the Amanus's differently tuned ribbons. That sounds super weird, but when you consider that all of the ribbon headphones have a bunch of wiggly resonances, the concept, as I understand it, is that it sums together and smooths those out, because each of them resonates at different frequencies, and each is only 1/3 of the sum power. I mean, it's really just why ribbons are a bad idea.
No,
it's a bad idea for ribbons to exist. But if they must.
And not just in headphones, overall. Blaine is just anti-ribbons.
There's a case for ribbon speakers, I will say. But I really feel like that case decayed a lot after planar magnetics came to exist.
Okay. We really need to end the stream. I need to leave. And we've gone for over 4 hours. So I think that we should cut it there. Good discussion, guys. Thank you, everybody in the chat. We will add some of these topics to some of the topics we didn't get to next week's stream. So make sure you guys tune in then. And let us know what you think about some of the format stuff here, because we're trying to structure this a little bit so that you guys have an easier time watching it. I mean, this is really just here for us to sort of, indulge our brain wormery and yell at each other.
It's surprising we get as many views as we do.
Yeah. It's amazing that this has any legs.
Like, there's somehow still 150 fucking people watching this.
It's absurd. Yeah. I
mean, look, it's a Saturday. People are chilling at home, doing their little projects, and listening to some nerds talk about the things they like. It's fine.
And argue.
People like us.
People like it when we fight also.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
We should fight
the only
more.
thing
Spicy earlier.
The only thing they don't like about you, Griffin, is that you do look like Justin Trudeau in their minds.
And Fidel Castro.
That's totally fair. If you want to dislike me because of my resemblance to Justin Trudeau or any politician, feel free. That's your prerogative.
Okay. On that terrible disappointment, we are probably canceled because we keep aping that phrase. We'll see you guys in the next live stream.
Wait. There's one more thing. Remember that this live stream is brought to you by Headphones.com, which is your #1 place to learn about and buy audio equipment, including not just headphones, but speakers and also cables.
DACs and amps.
Which, don't matter, but you can still buy them. If you want to buy snake oil, we have it too.
If you want to buy very comfortable, soft snake oil.
Shirt.
Yes.
Although
we
we
just
don't
have
we
that
don't
for
say,
the next CanJam shirt. Just if you want snake oil, we've also got that.
Yeah. To be fair, we should, man. That's great. Oh man, that's a good idea. To be fair, we do not say that the cables make a difference.
No, in fact,
No,
I
they're
think
just
we
nice
say the
cables.
opposite.
We say they don't make a difference, but still, we do sell cables.
But they are
All right.
soft and comfortable.
Yes.
Very nice
Okay.
return policy. 1 year, no questions asked, no restocking fees.
Well, probably
All that
some
stuff.
questions asked because they need to figure out like your address,
Yeah,
and
that's
whether or
probably
not
true.
you even bought the product. But
Yeah, basically, very few questions asked. Less
Very
than 10,
minimal
at least.
questions asked.
and no restocking fees. I got.
Yes,
Yes.
I got
Okay.
removed. It's
Yeah.
nice.
We'll see you guys in the next one. Bye for now.
Bye, everyone.